industry equipment. And in this presentation, I will show how you can take a microcontroller project from evaluation board up to a custom-made PCB step by step. Preparing the component libraries and the rule set is a very important part, and I also will give tips for placement and routing, soldering and testing, and speak a bit about your optional features for a case or a housing. So the selection of your microcontroller is obviously a very important part. It deserves much consideration. And your choice does not so much depend on possible hardware features, but more on which microcontroller provides your favorite architecture design, of which architecture design do you want to be a part of. So you're looking into your favorite software, what you're comfortable to use, your compiler platform. And it makes a big difference if you'll find a lot of useful documentation and with an active community which provides examples for you, like Adafruit or Seed Studio, something like that. And also check whether your microcontroller choice is still actively available, because the availability reflects directly on the price. So going through available documentations will be actually the first step on what I call a modular approach. You choose a well-documented example, fairly similar to your own aim of your project idea, and start to reproduce this example exactly. And only once this example is actually functioning, you start to add something to it, extend it or replace it, and also only bit by bit, or in incremental steps. Only if one part actually works with the whole system, you can start and look into another part. And with this approach, you create your own verified schematics, blocks, verified footprints for your future projects. So microcontrollers and most peripherals are available as developer kits, or at least as breakout boards. You can plan your connections with software tools like Twitzing.org. This is very helpful to create your basic setup and have actually a breadboard view for it, so you can connect it accordingly. And this might be already enough for a lot of projects, and you might want to stop actually here. But if you implement these things on your own custom PCB, you can enhance your project a lot. The learning curve for PCB design is actually very steep. You invest a bit of a time for getting the basics right, but any future project will be done in much less development time, much faster. Your design will be smaller, more elegant. It will fit in your custom housing, your target housing. The unit price will come down for production in quantities. You will get a higher performance as a side effect, because you will replace all those long wires in between any evaluation boards and breakout boards. And for the first prototype, it's good advice to stick with the components from your evaluation boards, but in different packages that are available from your distributor, from your production lines. And many component manufacturers provide you a lot of recommendations about how to implement their products. And if you can't find this in a data sheet, it will definitely be in an application note. And some manufacturers and production lines, like Seed Studios, provide their own component libraries. So you can download them and use them as a start, and then add your own libraries for the rest of the code. Again, follow the manufacturer guidelines, data sheets on this, and add as much information as possible in these library tables. Some tips for the schematic symbols: keep the pinout according to the top view of the component. It will help you a lot afterwards for testing and debugging. The footprint, you definitely verify the sizes in your library view, but it's very good advice to actually check the size in the final layout. Might be that there's some mirroring mistake or some scaling mistake. And a simple thing to add a 3D model, it doesn't take much time. It can be just a box with the correct height, but it will help you later to design a case or to show your PCB as in a picture. And also keep in mind the variables change very fast, and be prepared with alternative sources and parts. So this can also be added in the library table. And having all these informations in the library table means that your bill of materials sync with your changes in your design. So there will be no manual part in this process and less room for errors. So the schematics, create your schematics according to your breadboard. Each function block on a different sheet, and every function sheet on the top sheet connected. And by establishing dedicated names for nets and buses, you do not have to trace every track from pin to pin and create an entanglement of lines which is hard to follow, but you have some kind of readability for your schematics. So the point is, avoid spaghetti traces like spaghetti code. Dedicated names will also be very helpful later for your routing, so we'll know which line you have on your pointer and how to route it. And if you have indeed a bit of an unverified peripheral you haven't used before, adding a zero-ohm SMD part in the signal line helps you to switch off this part of your system so it doesn't affect the other parts, to test it separately, and if it doesn't work, to still have the other parts available and functioning. This is also good advice for power functions, like you have your power coming from USB, but somehow it doesn't work. It's very helpful to have a different power source, like a small connector for a different battery. For prototypes, test points, for all signals, can't hurt anything. Additional headers, especially for the programming signals, but also for any other critical signals, is very helpful. And there are two key points for a stable design. Make sure all power pins have separate decoupling capacitors, and the data sheet will specify the value, but it's usually 100 microfarads. And also look up the voltage level, power of ground for unused input-output pins. Don't leave them floating. So this is I think the very most important part of your layout design, establishing proper rules for your design. You should not even start with a single track before not checking with the PCB manufacturer and setting your rules right. First things are the layer stack. So 2 layers are often enough for a simple project, but with 4 layers you have the advantage to dedicate 2 complete layers for power planes. This helps a lot with power routing, so you can go directly from a power pad with a via to the right plane. This helps to get a more dense board and to have more space on top or bottom to shield actually the critical signals, to have a power plane on, a power floating plane on the top to shield critical signals, to improve signal integrity, and reduce electromagnetic interferences. So the specifications for via sizes depend directly on your choice of layers. It will also be specified by the PCB manufacturer. They give you guides on via sizes, on track widths and clearances. And the list of possible rule sets in your layout software is actually pretty long and might be confusing. But I think there are 5 points worth to have a closer look at. So first, a bigger width for power signals wherever possible. A special value for the width for impedance critical signals. We have to calculate this for microstrips. Thermal relief for pads in planes, otherwise it will become impossible to solder, also heat up these pads for soldering. And at least for prototypes, silk screen clearance and pads, so silk screen does not overlap the pads. And if you're planning for the housing, it's good to include also your mechanical constraints, so the inner possible height in a case or space you need for fixtures. All this can be included in the rules. So one more thing is to be done before starting the layout. It's defining your board shape, and then you can import all the components on your layout view. I didn't say anything about the layout software, so I would recommend KiCad for private purposes and Altium for professional use, but there are many more out there. So when you import your components in your layout view, you have huge entanglements of all the nets and the buses connecting pins, but this will soon untangle once you start rotating the components so the right pins face each other. And you start placing the components, so interface components first, like switches or LEDs, which are to be seen from outside, or antennas, connectors. And then choose a central place for the microcontroller and place the small decoupling capacitors very close by. And let's choose what critical signals need short connections to each other, so place those components close to each other. And it's also good advice to leave some space between the components to be able to reach them with a testing probe. And with a good placement and fairly untangled connections, the manual routing is actually not that difficult. You start again with the critical signals, the high speed, the timing critical signals, impedance controlled antennas, and go from there to thick power planes, power traces. The other power connection you can usually connect right down to your power plane. And it also helps, it sounds a bit difficult, but it helps a lot to keep one main direction of traces for each signal layer. Try to do it a bit. You see it on the red one is the top layer, blue is the bottom. So it's a bit on the bottom, it's a bit from right to left, and top is more from the vertical direction. Otherwise, here on the 4-layer boards, the inner planes are not just for one power source. You can divide those planes into different power levels, or even build islands or thick traces that connect different power levels. Also, you can just write text in copper. It doesn't have to have a net name, or it doesn't have to be connected with a net. So the PCB production will surely appreciate to have numbers for each layer on the copper, and also your project name or project number. So the cuts the copper tracks and leaves some clearance to the solder pads. It's usually green, and thus it's the cheapest choice. And for prototypes or hand soldering projects, it's definitely a good choice because our eyes are sensitive to green. But there are lots of other colors available, and it's a pure white board or black board definitely looks cooler than a green one. To include the component designator silkscreen layer for prototypes is very important. It's important for easy location of components, so keeping the text, the silkscreen text, all readable in one direction is good advice. Also, keeping it consistent where to put the designator, so always left of pin 1 or always above pin 1 helps a lot to find your components. And the silkscreen layer is also a layer where you can include logos and graphics, definitely your name, your project name, and not to forget the version number. This is also a time where you should not forget to include any fixtures wherever you have the space in the edge or at the side of the board. Include some mounting holes where you later can just fix your board to something. It makes debugging, soldering much easier if it's not wobbling about. And what I very much like to do is round corners. Everybody who will later hold your PCB in his hands will definitely appreciate round corners. So when the PCB comes back from PCB manufacturer, from production, first have to give it a good look, check for disalignment of solder mask and pads, or maybe shorts between the pads. And after that, prepare for the whole soldering. So clean the PCB, clean your surface, clean your mind, and start with soldering, mostly the most important part, the power part, and continue from there on, from complex to simpler parts, from bigger components, from smaller components to bigger components. But continue only after you really tested, not only power tested, but also function tested one section. If it works, then continue with soldering the other parts. So once the prototype is verified, it doesn't take much, it only takes a few more files to order higher board quantities and to get into automatic assembly. One thing is the panelization. It's not for the PCB manufacturer, it's actually for the assembly, so you have to know which machinery your assembly house is using. So you have to know the size of the panels, not only the maximum size, you have to know the exact size because they insert it into rails, it has to fit there. And once you have the size, you can leave for those tabs for the manufacturer to place, but if you have any overlapping parts, overlapping the edge of the board, make sure you place the tabs somewhere else, so it's not under your part. This will cause problems, definitely. The PCB manufacturer needs the board data as Gerber files, which includes the drill files, and the assembly house needs your pick-and-place files. Both can be exported from your layout software, and I recommend to check the exported Gerber files again with a dedicated Gerber view software, so that you see exactly the same data as the manufacturer sees your data. So lastly, there's the question how you present your PCB. We often used aluminium tube cases. These come in many different sizes, are very easy to assemble and disassemble with a few screws, and the PCB is very easy to insert and stable inside in some rails inside the case. The other advantage is the front covers can have custom-made cutouts or can be 3D printed, or can even use a cardboard front cover for a prototype and later let it be steel. If you're planning for some RF outdoor PCBs, so RF devices to use outdoor, then plastic enclosures or even 3D printed enclosures would be a better option. Or you may want to show your PCB just like it is, because it's definitely going to be beautiful and it's worth showing without a case anyway. So this is the end of my presentation. I will be around today, tomorrow also, so if anybody has some question, I will be most happy to talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Hi. Have you worked with any PCB manufacturers that ship to UAE?
No. I live in the UAE since 10 months now, so no, I have not had the opportunity. But I guess it's a bit problematic to find the right one. Have you?
No.
Seats to universe. Right? Seats to universe. Okay.
Any more questions from the audience? And we have one more question from the slider. Britta, do you have recommendations for cybersecurity projects that require custom PCB designs, especially for beginners?
Recommendation, I guess, in terms of software? Or how do you understand this? So, yeah, as I said, so for PCB design software, I would recommend KiCad.
Who asked the question? Maybe they can explain in what context they went in. Is the person here? No, sorry.
So maybe it's about the layout software, which I would recommend KiCad for, because I think I didn't actually mention it in my slides. I only said it.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? Can I then just have one more big applause for HITB? to the HITB and plus CyberWeek CommSec track. Our next talk is new threats are already around you. The IPv6 attack must be understood. It was a project by Young Tao Wang, Jifu, and Kun Zhenchai. Please welcome to the stage Jun Wang Li. Give him a big applause.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jun Wang Li. I'm a security researcher in BCM Social Corp. It's my honor to speak here, and I'm very glad to share my topic with you. Today I'd like to share something about risks under IPv6. Okay, let's start from the state of IPv6 deployment first. It's clear that the smooth trajectory of IPv6 deployment worldwide has not continued unchanged. In the APNIC live state, it's easy to see there has been some change in the aggregate pace of deployment. With the exhaustion of IPv4 resources, the growth of IPv6 will be faster and faster. Data of this image is collected by Google. More than 25% of users access Google over IPv6. As is the next generation of the Internet protocol. Now, all major operating systems in use on personal computers and server systems had production quality IPv6 implementations. Modern systems already support IPv6. Apple even requires developers to support IPv6 only network. Windows operating system prefers IPv6 over IPv4. This led to a vulnerability. It will be mentioned later. Obviously, IPv6 changed many things. Here are some changes related to security and the following parts of this topic. First, ARP was replaced by the NDP. Without DHCP, we couldn't have the flexibility we have in terms of IPv4 addressing. With IPv6, we want to maintain and enhance this flexibility. To accomplish this goal, we have DHCP-v6. This new protocol is not a simple porting of features from the old stack to the new stack. Instead, we are talking about a complete new redesign of its functionalities. DHCP-v6 brings more features, enabling an even easier configuration. Furthermore, it has 3 different flavors: SLAAC, stateless, and stateful. SLAAC is the simplest way to give an IPv6 address to a client because it explicitly relies on Neighbor Discovery Protocol (NDP). This protocol, that we simply call NDP, allows devices on the network to discover their layer 3 neighbors. We use it to retrieve the layer 2 reachability information, like ARP, and to find out routers on the network. IPv6 has a larger address space, 128 bits long instead of 32 bits. This expands the address space from around 4 billion addresses to over 300 trillion addresses. Internet protocol security, we call it IPsec, IPICC. We thought as one of the main motivations behind IPv4 to IPv6 transition is about advanced security capabilities. IPsec might be the root cause of it. IPsec is a protocol suite in which IP packets are encrypted and authenticated during transmission. It's a framework rather than a single protocol. It can be used in protecting data flows between a pair of hosts, a pair of security or security gateways, and a host. Unfortunately, even it's a mandatory part of the design, but actually it's optional. It won't be enabled unless the communicating parties choose to use it. There are some other different things, but they are not very relevant to this topic. All the ideas are so beautiful, but there are always some parts that we are not satisfied very clear. The first to bear the ground is the devices that hide behind NAT service. In IPv6, a limited number of available address constraints is no longer the problem. It works with IPv4. Users connecting to the internet behind the NAT router are somewhat hidden behind their parameters, since their IP address is not directly open to the internet. And that's why some people supporting using NAT in IPv6 as well. In fact, NAT is not a so-called security measure. Many people think their network system is safe because they use NAT service. But this idea itself is creating security vulnerabilities. Sure, there are some ways to keep the advantage in IPv6. One of them is to use ULA, unique local addressing, which is defined in RFC 4139. These private addresses can also help users to protect their networks. Since we have methods to tackle this problem, that is discouraged in IPv6 networks. But usually, the users who directly connected to the IPv6 network by their ISP do not understand the technology they are using, even if it's unrealistic to obtain the network topology by general sweep scanning methods. It's still possible to get necessary information through some common routing device vulnerabilities. Some various infected devices would use automated attacks through IPv6 addresses. Old devices and systems that were protected by NAT service might be invaded by new zero-day vulnerabilities and become nodes of a botnet controlled by attackers. There is a will that IPv6 has a huge address space. An attacker cannot find targets by sweeping or generating random addresses. Actually, there are many ways to find targets. DNS name traversal is an option. Also, people use hexadecimal addresses with textual meanings such as DEAD, BEEF, dead beef, or 0BAD, BABE, bad baby. The attacker can check log files in an invaded system to get their host addresses. Installing a firewall can filter out some unauthorized packets and increase the difficulty of attackers, but it doesn't provide comprehensive protection. Every system and even every process must be robust enough to resist attacks. As we know, ARP spoofing is a simple layer 2 attack. The attacker pretends to be the default gateway for subnet, and the victim host believes it. The man-in-the-middle attack works by sending falsified ARP messages over a local area network. The attacker can intercept all traffic from victim hosts. IPv6 relies on ICMPv6 for many of the same operations carried out via ARP under IPv4. These functions make up NDP that replaced ARP in IPv6. With the migration to IPv6, ARP doesn't exist in IPv6 protocol stack, so ARP spoofing doesn't exist anymore. Not really. IETF mandates that all IPv6 nodes have IPsec available, but the actual use of IPsec is optional. In this situation, spoofing IPv6 addresses as easy as spoofing IPv4 addresses. Most similar to typical IRP usage under IPv4 is the ND address resolution function, which is used when a host wants to transmit to an unlinked prefix but doesn't yet know the layer 2 address of the destination host. The sending host multicast a neighbor solicitation, and the destination host, if reachable, responds with a neighbor advertisement containing its layer 2 address. Unfortunately, as in ARP, these exchanges are completely unsecured. There are no countermeasures in place to prevent an attacker from generating a neighbor advertising his own layer 2 addresses as belong to other hosts on the link. This can result in incorrect packet execution, wrong traffic forwarding, and even an attacker may intercept packets to get confidential information. To avoid being attacked, the system needs a filter to drop obviously wrong source or destination addresses and to check unicast reverse path forwarding. By checking source and destination IP address, VID, MAC, and input interface, the system can drop invalid packets. The previous attack methods are for the terminal devices. For the address allocation source like DHCP-v6 servers and gateways can be affected by flooding attacks. First is a DHCP-v6 tag. The attacker can simulate a large number of users to send DHCP-v6 request packet occupy address resource of the server. It causes legitimate devices cannot work properly. Second is SLAAC tag. The attacker sends a large number of RS packets. Gateway generates addresses after responding to the router advertisement. Then send duplicate address detection (DAD) packets to check if there is a conflict, so that it generates neighbor discovery in the table's entries. In this way, the attacker occupies a lot of neighbor discovery table entries of the gateway. The translation table that tracks which MAC addresses are on which physical ports have a limited amount of memory. This allows a switch to be exploited by flooding the translation table. Not knowing how to handle the excess state will fail open and broadcast all network frames to all ports. These problems can be solved by limiting the numbers of addresses that each MAC can request. Third, the attacker may use fake MAC addresses. This can be controlled by limiting the number of MAC that each port of a switch can serve. IPv6 makes it possible to collect data streams. All data will be sent to a unique IP address which poses a privacy issue. A unique IP address makes it easier for servers to correlate requests and real users. Even with encrypted data, people can analyze some useful information from the metadata. The information mined from the data stream may be used for user behavior analysis and ad push and even scams. The engineers who created IPv6 were very concerned that IPv6 could be used in this way. And so, way back in 2007, they published RFC 4941, defining privacy extensions for IPv6 auto-configuration. This standard defines a single device generates a random host address and users use that instead of the device MAC address. The device also changes that IPv6 address on a regular interval. The interval can be set to anything, but typically it configured on most operating systems to be 1 day, but it's still easier to track users than IPv4. Using an anonymous VPN terminal is still a good option. One more to solve IPv6, the simplest way is to use ping 6 to ping the target. Since 2002, Nmap has offered IPv6 support for its most popular features with the -6 option. SI6 Networks IPv6 Toolkit is a set of IPv6 security assessment and troubleshooting tools. It can be leveraged to perform security assessment of IPv6 networking problems. The tool compromising the toolkit range from packet crafting tools to send arbitrary neighbor discovery packets to the most comprehensive IPv6 networking scanning tool out there. An IPv6 host scanner named Scan6 belongs to this toolkit and implements several advanced IPv6 address scanning techniques. It can discover active IPv6 nodes. Some people may say, I do not care about these things because my devices are IPv4 only, but that's not the case. Do you remember the table at the beginning? The one shows the deployment of IPv6 on current systems. That matters because many of them prefer IPv6 over IPv4 by default. But there are lots of systems do not have a firewall configured correctly, which means they are under-compromised. MITM6 is a tool that exploits the default configuration of Windows to take over the default DNS server. It does this by replying to DHCPv6 messages, providing victims with a linked local IPv6 address and setting the attacker host as its default DNS server. Windows operating system prefers IPv6 over IPv4, so the IPv6 DNS server will be used to query both A and query A rockets. Then MITM6 will selectively reply to DNS queries of the attackers, choosing and redirect the traffic to the attacker machine instead of the limited server. Windows Proxy Auto Discovery (WPAD) is a method used by clients to locate the URL of a configuration file using DHCP and DNS discovery methods. Once detection and download the configuration file are complete, it can be executed to determine the proxy for a specific file URL. But this protocol can be used by attackers to change what appears on a user's browser. Under normal circumstances, computers in the enterprise request WPAD.dat files stored on a server, and the address of server needs to be resolved by DNS. If DNS cannot complete this task, then the system will use an unsafe broadcast protocol like LLMR to resolve the server. It was patched by MS 16077. There are two measures to protect this process. The address can only resolve by DNS, and the system doesn't automatically send credentials even if the server actively requires authentication. The attacker can offer a valid WPAD file and set this host as the proxy server. When the victim connects to the proxy server, it can be identified by connect HTTP action or GET action. Then the fake proxy server replies with an HTTP 407 proxy authentication required, i.e. Chrome will automatically authenticate to the server. Windows will now send the NTLM challenge and response to the attacker, who can relay it to other services. To avoid being attacked, users who don't need IPv6 should disable it. About this thing, users need to disable the proxy auto-detection in group policy. There is another problem. Generally speaking, enterprise network systems has well-established firewalls. They follow best practice, and IPv4-based network protection is usually comprehensive. But this is not the case with IPv6. If a process listens a port on the host and specifies a whitelist by the IP tables too, this was no problem before its IPv6 address existed. However, if you connect where its available IPv6 address is not protected by the IP tables too, of course, disabling IPv6 is fine, but moving to IPv6 is a matter of time. This problem can be solved with IP6 tables too. There is an interesting thing. Usually, we use localhost 127.0.1 to represent the localhost. We can also resolve to local using a service such as xip.io or ip6.name. This service can help you resolve the address you want. The Universal Naming Conversion (UNC) is the naming system used in Microsoft Windows for accessing shared network and printers on a local area network. The command net IP will show you the shared resource on this host. But you cannot do the same thing with an IPv6 address because IPv6 notation contains colons, which is not a valid character in a path component. Apparently, the Windows Explorer cannot handle colons. For this reason, Microsoft registered a domain, IPv6-literal.net. Replace the colons with dashes. Replace %signs with the letter S and append the domain. Then the magic host resolves back to the original IPv6 address. Unlike the two services described above, this workaround doesn't access the network at all. It is done locally. When bypassing some of the protection rules for vulnerabilities like SSRF, this way is worth a try. There is no significant difference between IPv4 and IPv6, but the security measures are not. The protocol may have been ready to go, but what about our safety consciousness? Even as CGNet and DOS stack system currently help to bridge the gap between IPv4 and IPv6. These are nonetheless temporary solutions as the world inevitably moves towards an IPv6 only internet that runs more smoothly. IPv6 is the future. is the only solution to IPv4 address exhaustion. With the transition to the successor protocol, we will see improvements in end-user experience online, traffic congestion, application-specified security, and more. Anyway, IPv6 has a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Hi, Andrew Dolgana. So I had the pleasure to actually work on some of those RFCs. I come from networking background, built one internet, we're building the next one now.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I can't hear you clearly.
Sure, I'll get you the question now. So one thing, so I moved from networking to security. I moved from networking to security because the security challenges that we're facing with 5G, with move to IPv6, all those things are tremendous. I thank you for the presentation, but one thing that I would like you to kind of think of it. Do you believe you can work with protocols? Because I don't. I've co-invented some of those protocols you talk about, and it's never been about security. Networking is never about security. Operators do not build secure networks. They don't. They have no money for that, and it's not gonna get any better. So I think when you're talking about all those problems, which are in DNS, in various access in IPv6, we should be focusing on how the solutions can be built on top of open protocols. We should not try to secure things that are inherently not secure. Those, like IPv6, inherently is not secured. Before we get to the problems you look, we can break infrastructure so much easier from the infrastructure perspective. So I think when you're looking at things like that, it would be good if we started focusing on solutions above the infrastructure and think how you can secure infrastructure. Understand that the things are inherently unsecure, but build a secure application, a secure communication on top of that. And that's, I'm not sure if you're looking at all at that aspect versus looking at this is not secure or this is not secure or that not, from the IPv6, it is not secure. It's not gonna get secured. I can tell you, this is my life. I'm older. I probably spent as much of my life as you are old to building that stuff. So I think we need to focus on building secure communication on top of something that at the end is supposed to be open. And that's how you should think about the IPv6, and not about how secure or unsecure it is. So I'm not sure. Have you looked at this from that perspective versus analyzing the security, not security IPv6? That would be my question. Have you looked from the applications how to secure the communication and not from protocols? Because your presentation focused on protocols and how secure and unsecure they are. Can give you a lot of examples, you talk or not talk. But have you looked at the security of IPv6 as accept IPv6 as is? Because that's what it is. It's not going to change. And look at how we can now build things securely on top of IPv6 that by the virtue of communication is not secure. Have you looked from that perspective? Because a lot of this was from protocols.
My colleague is not good, and I want to ask you again. What you said is that he said under IPv4, he said many examples that we are not security, and you're asking about what should we do to build security communication like that.
I'm asking if you looked at building security at top of IPv6, which is insecure. You cannot secure IPv6. There's a lot of things that are not secure in IPv6. So have you looked at building security from IPv6? I can tell you, I've been in IDF, I've done a lot of RFCs. You know how we do security in IDF? At the end, security expert tells you, guys, you forgot a section. So we go and add security section and say, no special considerations are foreseen. That's how security happens at IDF, on networking level. So I think like the whole communication is gonna get more insecure. Yeah, I had the pleasure of building 5G, first 5G networks. Okay, now the problems will happen. Everything we opening, so we now need to secure it from the top. Stop, focusing so much on securing pipes. Just assume they're not secure. And I'm asking if you guys looked at it from that perspective, versus just pointing out problems. Like what you did here is pointed out problems in IPv6, which is great. People need to be aware of that. There's a lot of security flaws in IPv6. But have you looked at having those security flaws, how I can make it secure? So you gave examples of how easy it is to spoof DNS, how easy it is to replace IPv4, many cases. So have you thought of how we can avoid this type of problems and how we can secure applications by not doing certain things in protocols?
Okay, I understand you. As you know, it's easy to realize attacks than to protection. This is my opinion. And I'm not very familiar with IPv4 because this is not my area, and his English is not good, so maybe he can tell you with you detail after this presentation. And my opinion, most of our work is to learn the protocol, how to learn the risk about IPv4 and IPv6. Yeah, IPv6. Sorry. So if you want to do a more security communication in this place, it's a good question. We can talk later.
Actually, I want to add something. So, the topic that he's talking about is basically understanding the attacks on IPv6. Is not how to secure it. So I think your question is off topic because he's giving us a background on attacks on IPv6. So his research or whatever he's doing is understanding attacks on IPv6 and not how to secure IPv6. Thank you.
So I'd like to thank the speakers once more.
I will talk with you later. Okay, sure.
Thank you very much. talk, we're going to have AI for Security or Security for AI by Sergey Gordechik. Please give him a big welcome.
Dear colleagues, thank you for coming. Dear organizer, thank you for the invitation to this perfect event. My name is Sergey Gordechik. I never try to pronounce it this morning. I'm very Russian, living here in UAE, also giving lectures in Harbor Space University in Spain. And for a long time I do cybersecurity professionally and also as a hobby. Work in different companies like Kaspersky Lab, Positive Technologies, etc. One of my hobbies do industrial control system security, so create a cyber physical disaster, and you can see the demonstration of what is cyber physical attack on this short video. Important disclaimer, this my personal talk, not about my job, nothing related to my employees. Before the beginning, I would like to tell you a story. It was several years ago, like 5 years ago. I did a penetration testing a lot, and we got a customer who asked us to do security assessment of the AI-powered CCTV system. So it was like very fresh and very scary because we have zero clue about what is AI like in CCTV system. We call this project Big Bravo CCTV and start like initial discovery, and we found a cool thing, adversarial example. Alex already told about this. So what is adversarial example is if you can change the input to fool the classifier. Yeah, so if the classifier believes this is banana, you can add sticker and classifier will believe that this actually toaster. Yeah? And part of our team, we start discovering how to build these adversarial examples for the video system, how to create additional images which will spoof the classification. As you can see in this video, the guy who have a special image on his body, he is not a person, he's invisible man. And if he will transfer this picture to his body, the body also become an invisible man. So it's good, it's fresh. I will say that like, if he, oh, now he's a person, yeah. And part of our team started to do this research to understand how to build adversarial examples for video, but other part, like let's say, old school hackers said, okay, let's be professional. We should analyze all threat models starting from physical security. And we started from physical security. We took a credit card and able to get access to one of facilities where the system is installed. And we found that actually several CCTV cameras, which IP cameras, have very big, let's say, physical security, so we can cut the cable, connect to RG45, and get access to IP network, and next actually hack everything because everyone thought that this should be secure because it's in the dedicated building, you know. And what I want to highlight with this beginning, but AI and AI security is not spherical code traveling in the vacuum. Still, all the problems we have in the cyber are there, but now we have additional layer to protect. Let's try to discuss it. First, let's discuss what is cyber in general. Yeah, everyone here professional. All we know what is holy CIA Trinity, confidentiality, integrity, availability, and this is our goal to make the system which follow this CIA baseline. But you know, in the previous life, I used to work a lot on the industrial cybersecurity, and in the 2020, something like this, it was a big discussion about that CIA doesn't work for the industrial control system. We should rebuild it, and actually the availability is the key. So confidentiality is not that important, maybe not important at all, but industrial process and its availability is critically important. And it's also in standards for instance, for smart grid. But now we have new discussion, but for artificial intelligence, the integrity is the key. So is the key. It's very important. So if we build AI backend system, we should spend a lot of time trying to understand how to build integrity. It's funny approach, you know. It looks like you're trying to have this free items and move it upside down and believe that it's magically give you a results. But I believe that there are like some laws, for instance, law for physics, and if you just moving things and try to rebuild the, I don't know, order, it will give you zero results as on this picture. I really like this definition of cyber from James Mackens. He gave a perfect keynote address at the Usenex Security Symposium, and his definition is that what is the goal of cybersecurity? It's ensure that systems do the right things even in presence of malicious input. It's clear, defined definition, and I like it because in one of my research for industrial cybersecurity, I gave some quite similar definition. But cybersecurity is a process to ensure that control objects operate with no dangerous failures, with economic efficiency and reliability under adversarial anthropogenic information influence. So the difference with the input is from the human, because human actually are smarter than just random noise. And to protect from random noise, you can use, like, I don't know, codecs or something like this. To protect against humans, you should use human only way. And what is dangerous failures, economic efficiency, and reliability if we discuss artificial intelligence? I will give you one example. I'm sorry. Can you start it from the beginning? Is it possible? No, from this video. Yeah. Just play it. Sorry. Computers. Can you rewind it to the beginning? No? Okay, so in this video, you can find it on the YouTube, I'll drop you the link. The robot after some, please play button, the beginning. Space, So in this video, this is definitely AI security, But where is malicious input, backward overflow, or our traditional attacks? It's just a situation, where this Android became insane. Thank you. How to approach such kind of problems? We should build a threat model first. What we have from the AI threat models, it's a very good definition from the Professor Lee. He have 3 layers of the AI security in the threat model. First is data integrity, next is model security, and next implementation security. This approach is very good for research purposes, but when you try to build security system, you need more details because it does not take into account a lot of things which also important for the real system, like cloud environment, privacy, IP protection, such complex things like federated learning, which now is very popular. And I found very good definition, a very good threat model from the NCC group. Sorry for this quality of the picture. You can find it by the link. And also this threat model is in the Microsoft threat modeling tool, so you can download it, take it offline, and do a model of your AI process to understand how this how security can impact. It's a very good starting reference. But first thing is the cloud. Anyway, most of the AI applications now built in the cloud, work in the cloud, and we should secure the cloud first. What are the interesting things related to cloud security? First is a new, let's say, type of network is the InfiniBand and software-defined network, which now actually everywhere in the cloud. Next is security of machine learning and GPU servers, because it's like new things and deployed everywhere. And for sure, virtualization and containers. Let's review state of the art of security of these things. For instance, for software-defined network and SD-WAN, it's a lot of discussion in the media, which is such a new magic thing which will help you to build more secure AI-powered network. But if you will do a detailed security assessment of such a system, actually you will find that this, in most cases, this is just a Linux with old kernel, with a lot of hard codings and thousands of vulnerabilities. For the last 2 years, we did SD-WAN New Hope project, and we did analysis of the different software-defined network system, and we found that most of the vendors failed to create basic security in their software-defined applications and devices which should protect our data center. You can see that red crosses is actually vulnerabilities discovered during our assessment. Next big thing is security of the servers, of the machine learning servers. And now the big thing in the server security is security of the out-of-band management interfaces like BMC, IBMI, UEFI, etc. A lot of good research is published so far, and following this research we decided, is it possible to find a machine learning server connected to the internet? We tried to find this something using Shodan or other search engine, and we found one which had a web server on the port 5555. And after some additional research, we found that this actually server which used it to mine bitcoins. In 2019, these guys using GPGPU to mine bitcoins. Very funny because it's actually useless. You will consume more power when get revenue. But still, we continue our research, and we found that there are a lot of servers which are available via internet, and through the SNMP you can find the details about these servers. And we found, for instance, DGX1. Anyone here know what is DGX1? DGX1 is like a small box which costs 130,000 USD, which have 8 Tesla V100 on board, and which use it to do machine learning. So it's very expensive thing, and you cannot use it to play a game actually. Yeah, you use it only for machine learning. And we continue our research, and we found a lot of ways how to find the other DGX server, including DGX2, which actually cost 400,000. And what's interesting, this interface which we found, this is DGX-based board management controller, so this is BMC, this out-of-band management interface. If you can hack it, you will hack actually all the operation system, everything on the top, because it's like level -1, yeah, so it's start before the kernel is loaded. And also we found what's very funny things. I think that this BMC is based on QCT baseboard management controller, which actually part of based on the Mega Rack by American Mega Trader. So megatrends, sorry. So actually, when we start to communicate with NVIDIA, we even did not understand who built this BMC for web. They just bought the chip and apply on this board. Second story about very old vulnerability. We did security assessment of the cloud data center, and we found that all BMC have vulnerability from 2013. It's a very old vulnerability which allow you to receive hashes from the BMC. You send specific request, and you get all hashes of all users there, and you can offline brute force it. We sent request to the vendor and asked them, guys, why you have vulnerability in 2019? They told, this is not our vulnerability. This vulnerability by design of the IPMI protocol. So, we asked them what to do to protect our servers, to make it secure against this vulnerability. They told us, use complex password. But I still cannot understand how the complex password will help me if attacker can ask for password hash from my system, and he can have unlimited resources to brute force it offline. Maybe there are additional bugs there, but we're still in the process of the responsible disclosure, so we will release our finding maybe in December on the Congress. Let's see. Another interesting thing is that GPU is actually new CPU. It was a lot of research around the vulnerabilities of modern CPUs like Spectre or other attacks, but there are very few research about GPU vulnerabilities. Very old GPU rootkit, which actually initially was presented in 2008, and Jellyfish was renewed in 2015, and I found one additional research about the side channel attack, because in most cases, if you do machine learning, GPU is very expensive resource, and this is shared research between different, for instance, Dockers. Yeah, and if you can, and you can leak part of memory from one Docker to other Docker. So this idea, but also. We start our research in this area, and we found that some of the modern CPU attacks can be used against GPU. For instance, row hammer, which allow you to change the memory using the read instruction, can be triggered on the GPUs. Here's an example. It's not like a proof of concept. It's just a proof of we can do it because we're able to trigger ECC failures. So by reading memory of a GPU, we actually can overwrite part of the memory, but we cannot execute code yet. Next big thing in the data center is Dockers. Dockers now everywhere, and the problem with Docker is that no one cares what we have inside of this Docker. We just pull it from the internet and run. Here's an example of the vulnerability in Linux Docker image, which had the empty root password by default. And this vulnerability was found in 2015, fixed it, and next appeared in 2019 again. So, and people just download this Docker, launch it, no problem. Also, a very good project is vulnerable containers.org. And if you will go to this project and check security of default containers, for instance, container for TensorFlow, you will find that TensorFlow container official have 12 known vulnerabilities. Just by default, you download it, you have 12 unpatched vulnerabilities, and you should care about it, you should patch it. But who patched the Docker images? Actually no one, because it's something third party. And next thing is serverless security. I don't want to go into details here, but serverless Lambda functions is very popular in the application development for the machine learning, and it has own specific vulnerabilities. Very good research in this area done by CommSec.io. You can find it. There is also tested application. You can try, hack, play around, etc. Next big component of the machine learning is machine learning frameworks. Machine learning frameworks is cool thing. It's help us to build an AI application very quick because we does not care about the data process, about how to, all mathematics behind. Actually, you can just use building block to create your AI model. But the problem with machine learning framework, but most of the machine learning framework are very complex application. Here you can see that the number of line of code and external packages in Caffe, TensorFlow, and PyTorch. You can see that it's very big, and it was a very good research by Ken Gree, who published the way how to, by sending image to the machine learning framework, create remote code execution inside this framework. This just because of the, I guess, GIF file parsing or something like this, so just obvious memory management error. But now the industry moved from the framework to the pipelines. Here example, NVIDIA Clara platform, which are machine learning pipelines by NVIDIA, and this create help you to build the everything, starting from the data annotation, next to the model training, next to the inference server, so and even visualization. Yeah, so it's like ready to run platform. And what's interesting in such kind of application, but actually this is Frankenstein. So, for instance, NVIDIA Clara platform, it's built on the top of the open source components like DCMTK and Orphanc DICOM server or PAX system, and all these components have own security weaknesses. But people who build this, they don't care. You can say here, but if you want to have PAX server, just pull the Docker container from the internet. We did some research of security of such components, and we found that actually there are thousands of vulnerabilities there, and here is a public information about fixed vulnerabilities in medical image processing libraries. As you can see, one of vulnerability allows you to get the content of etc password file. So you send the DICOM image, it's processed by the your PAX system, and on the output you have not only image but also content of your etc password. Next interesting thing is new languages. Alexander in his talk already told that, okay, we have a semantic basic languages, which like Python, C++, etc., and we have machine learning models. For instance, TensorFlow have own linear model which called graph files, but these graph files have ability to access to file system, to make a network communication, and even small additional process. But actually no one care about security of the machine learning model. It's just downloaded from the internet and run it on the inference server. But it's easy to fix it in the way, like say, traditional malware way, and if you can do it, you will have invisible malware, because no antivirus at the moment process machine learning model files. Is it real? We did some research, but again, it's in responsible disclosure process. We will release this information after. Being a product management professional, I spent a lot of time to understand the data which are applicable for this specific application intelligence system. And I can give you an example. Let's imagine that you going to build a system which will apply a computer vision to satellite images. And you want to cover all the Earth in near real time. What's the problem you will meet? First is amount of data, because to cover all the Earth in near real time, let's say 1 satellite image per minute, you need 1 petabyte of storage. Next, different satellites flying on different orbits. So this information will come to you asynchronous way. Sometimes we have cloud, sometimes we have different angle of the shooting of footage, and you should align this all information, store it somewhere, and process. Again, most of traditional security things doesn't work on the top of this huge amount of data, because again, any antivirus which can process 1 petabyte of data daily, any hashing algorithm you can use to create, I don't know, integrity list of this data, how you will check that this data actually came from satellite, but not from the bad guy. It's very hard task just to manage this data. But there are also additional things like the privacy of the data collection, especially if we deal with personal information like images, payment information, data integrity, training cycle and model integrity, and protection of our IP. It's also was discussed before. About IP protection, you know, the machine learning model, it's a very expensive toy. If you build the, for instance, medical imaging model, you can spend several millions to make, I don't know, lung cancer detection model. But next, you should ship it to customer. And customer actually sometimes can steal it and use it as own model. How we will protect our model in this case? There are thousands ways to attack our model. It's very good scientific and practical research of using black box attacks, for instance, by creating student model. So you send in a lot of examples, next understand how the model works and create own model which works similar as a teacher model. But in practical implementation, at least in my experience, in most cases, you can use bingo, grep, and strings to extract the model, because in most cases, IP is not protected at all. And if the model uses TensorFlow, you can just find the TensorFlow API calls, and you will understand that this Python file, this actually is a model. I don't know how it works, and I don't care, because if I drop the image inside, I will receive my results, and I can use it as a black box. The next problem I want to discuss is how the AI works. And the biggest problem here is nobody knows.
Here's another.
Here's an example.
This one has learned to look for printed text in a variety of sizes, colors, and fonts. This is pretty cool, because we never asked the network to look for wrinkles or text or faces. The only labels we provided were at the very last layer. So the only reason the network learned features like text and faces in the middle was to support final decisions at that last layer. For example, the text detector may provide good evidence that a rectangle is in fact a book seen on edge, and detecting many books next to each other might be a good way of detecting a bookcase, which was one of the categories we trained the net to recognize.
So this video about object detection, convolutional neural network, and next guy tried to understand how this network works, and they built this visualization framework which show you how the different neuron activates during the image process. And what they found, that this system can detect printed text, but they never train the system to detect printed text. They only show them books, shelves, etc. But by some reason, neural network decide that it's very good, cool thing to detect printed text. Next, it can be used to classification of the bookshelves or books by itself. So the highlight from here, but actually guys who build the machine learning models, they don't understand what is inside. We just pull out information and believe that if ROC and AUC is good, this is enough. And here is a practical research of the memorization of the neural network. It was done by the team by request of Google. The idea was to check how much information you can extract from the neural network. For instance, we use a spam filter as a reference example and use a lot of email to train this model. And next try to extract the critical information like the social security numbers, PIN numbers, etc. Small amount of information from this model. And we found, yeah, it's possible. Not always, because the model actually is smaller when training data set, but sometimes it's possible. Also, it's a very interesting research which I think should be can be applied to security. I don't know how, but I believe it can be. It's a research which can extract small part of the neural network. So you have, for instance, neural network with thousands of layers, and next you can try to find the part of this neural network which is responsible, for instance, for the printed text detection on the previous example. Yeah? So it's not necessary to have thousands of layers, it can be 10 layers which detects only printed text. 10 layers which detects, I don't know, faces. 10 layers which detect is it cat or a dog. And you can extract part of this neural network and use it as dedicated neural networks. So again, we built something, we built a big black box, which called like AI, and now we try to understand how it works. It's absolutely insane for me as an engineer, because like being actually railway engineer in the past, I believe I understand how these things works. Now we don't. Adversarial examples, yeah, it was discussed thousands of times. It's really booming right now. A lot of people doing research in this area, how to spoof a computer vision algorithm, how to using printing glasses become John Malkovich forever, yeah, because on this image you can see if you some of algorithm if you use these specific glasses will detect you as Mr. Malkovich. Also, I believe that adversarial examples are forever. This very good example, I took it from the MIT lectures about Clever Hands. Clever Hands is a horse actually, and in the beginning of 20th century, it was like show that owner of this horse thought, okay, this my horse can do math. So you can like ask how many is 2 plus 5, and next the horse starts knocking, and when it's reached 7, it stops, and everybody, wow, cool, yeah, so it can do math. But actually, the horse is very smart. It's just looking at the people, and when they reach with 7, the people say, stop or not yet. And the horse understood and stopped. So horse want to find something in our reaction. Actually, the neural network also want to find something in our reaction. Here's a white noise. And this white noise was classified by the Cipher 10 classifier. And you can see that in pink box, the classifier able to catch something. For instance, it's like, oh, this is cat, this is dog, this is something. And in yellow box, it's require only one stage of the adversarial training to find the airplane layer. So neural network does not think things. It's see what we want from this network to see. And this is important, especially if you try to apply it to security. Here's additional example. It's a real life adversarial example.
大家看一下，我买了一个火车票，这个火车票呢是从南京到宝华的，这个我试验一下，这里面立即支付。首先我支付，这准吗？好，支付成功了吗？成功了。太好了。
So this online training application with face recognition in China, and the guy with the mask able to bypass it. So it will be with us forever. So you just should understand that the computer vision also is a vision. If you cannot recognize the difference, it will also cannot. Also, very good example. Excuse me, is it possible to play out audio on this slide? No? Okay, let's keep it, we can discuss it later. The next important thing, what to do with these adversarial examples. There are a lot of ways to play around. For instance, adversarial training. If you create adversarial example and include it in the training set to try to bypass this like fooling. Also, it's noise in the data set, or you can create several models and next decide which model works better on this specific adversarial examples. But the only way we have at the moment is try to fool our models before going production. What's good at the moment, there are some frameworks like, for instance, Fullbox, Clever Hands, DeepSec platform, which help you to create adversarial examples against your specific neural network and understand how it's impacted. But again, being security guy, and which in most cases is a synonym of paranoid guy, never trust AI-backed things as a preventive features. You can use it as detect, as a second change, but as access control, no. As access monitoring, possible. Yeah. Next thing is AI for security. So how we can use AI for cyber? There are a lot of discussion. There are a lot of I don't know, marketing and hype around. For instance, IBM, where IBM Watson, we thought that, you know, our magic thing, it can read the security advisory and next create even like IOC for you intrusion detection system, which sounds like a magic because in most cases in advisory there are no information which help you to create the IOC. You should do the reverse engineering, I don't know, find the real traffic, etc. That is why even Gartner thought that the customer are often confused by mismatching between IBM marketing messages and actual products, as I agree. But there are some very good security applications for artificial intelligence, and let me just give you a link to the very good publication from the Alex on the machine learning for cyber criminal and machine learning for cyber security 101. It's like, I don't want to repeat these write-ups, but I want to give you an example. It's a very fresh publication from the last week about one AI antivirus. And the guy tried to fool this antivirus. They use very common things like mimicards and WannaCry virus. So, and as you can see, it's detected by the virus total. And if you drop these files on the file system, it's detected by antivirus and antivirus removed from the file system. Can we put it on second minute? So scroll to second. So it still doesn't work, yeah. So antivirus works well. Colleagues, can you skip it to minute 2? Just, yeah, sorry, I have on my laptop, it's bad prepared. No? So, after guys found the some kind of whitelisted application. It was a game they just call it secret game, but it actually PC game. They copy to TXT file, and next they concat this game with the malware. Just using copy, just add it to the end. So this does not impact any malicious activity which can be performed, because it's again it's still executable file. But after all, this AI-backed antivirus stopped to detect things, because it has this game in the whitelist, because initial scoring algorithm have some problem with classification. So now we have these 3 files, and let's check that the Mimikatz works. So this file to be encrypted. Okay, launch Mimikatz. Oh, it works. Just by adding some text file in the end. If you find traditional antivirus like, I don't know, Symantec, Trend Micro, or Kaspersky, which can be fooled in this way, you will say, I was never buying. But this is an AI antivirus, it's soldier type. So this is a link to this research, and I really like this picture. This is not a real chicken, yeah? So this is not a real virus. But there are some very good applications of the computer technologies for cybersecurity. For instance, DARPA Cyber Grand Challenge 2016, and the idea behind this challenge, but there are several systems which played in capture the flag without any human intervention. So one system, second system, third system, and they have own infrastructure, and they should protect own infrastructure and hack our infrastructure. And actually they found several 0 days vulnerability fully automatically. They did several patches, and it looks like magic. But the problem here from AI side, there is no AI side, no AI inside. The guys use traditional things like fuzzing, symbolic execution, static analysis, dynamic analysis. So, and this looks like AI, but actually these formal methods. So, what we have at the moment? One day we decided to understand how many AI-backed applications we can find in the internet, and we built the Grinder framework. It's open source, you can find it on the GitHub. It's the things which work on the top of the application like Shodan, Census, and our internet search engine, and help you very precisely fingerprint different applications across the whole internet. And on the top of this Grinder framework, we built the AI Finger project. AI fingers mean the AI fingerprint, yeah? Not the finger. This project helps us to cover different AI applications across the internet. This is AI distribution map, and you can see that most of the AI application obviously in the North America, but there are few, let's say half of it in China. So this is like a, let's say, AI cyber arm race between the US and China. It's also in the internet. And what we found that we found that there are a lot of different type of the useful information, AI-related information can be found in the internet. For instance, 29 gigabytes of the data set for the MongoDB database without any authentication. Docker containers without any authentication which run PyTorch and the TensorFlow framework, NVIDIA digit with training log data set and even original data which use it by training, and TensorBoard with the which actually now use it for train the AI model without any authentication, without any access control, and run it on the top of the NVIDIA DGX. I will drop you a link in this slide to application, so you can, and also publish this slide, I think today or tomorrow, so you can use all this link. So it's very dangerous to connect AI to the internet. I can give you a few examples of the real incidents. For instance, in China is a company, SenseNet, which uses it to the face recognition in some of area, and for some reason they publish their MongoDB in the internet, and you can just connect and find the person tracked across the country where biometric fingerprints, all these things. Also, a very sad story of Tai. Tai is an artificial intelligence chatbot in the Twitter, which was launched by Microsoft 2 years ago. And the idea of Tai, that Tai will learn from the human to discuss, to support discussion and also become clever and clever and clever. But in today, Tai become a racist, a fascist, and actually hater of the Donald Trump. And now the Tai is disconnected from the internet because you know, internet is very dangerous things, dangerous place, and there are a lot of dangerous people there. And also very interesting research, I think is research of the future, but it can help us to understand how AI can be, what is dangerous of AI, let's say, or what we should to secure it. With research about the brain-computer interfaces, and you know, brain-computer interfaces can be used to play games or also help people who have some problem with them. Different problems with health, and researchers trying to understand, is it possible to extract from the brain-computer interface some useful information? For instance, we have a video game. People actually play the game, but next we show him a debit card or ATM, and maybe ask him a question during the game, what is your PIN code? And is it possible to get from the BCI, brain-computer interface, some information which help you to recover his PIN code? And answer is yes. It's not such straightforward that they say, yes, my PIN code is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, but several times with different stimulus, you can guess this small portion of information, but just not directly asking the people. Because we have feedback with brain, why not? Yeah. About 2B, yes, so what we're going to do in the future. You know, there are a lot of rumor around AI, that AI will be artificial human, super intelligence, general artificial intelligence. But one of my favorite writers, Stanislav Lem, in his books, Compendium of Technology, he wrote, will it possible to construct an electronic brain that will be a copy of living brain one day? And his answer, yeah, it's possible, but no one is going to do it. Like, for instance, in modern physics, yeah, we can convert plumbum to the gold. Is it possible? Yeah, but physics don't do that. But this was a dream of our chemistry crowd for years, not years, for the centuries. But now it's possible, but we don't need it. That is why we don't need to create artificial brain. AI will be different things, and in his book he gives a lot of ideas how we can use AI. And what is scaring me is the creation of the world. So the final stage of AI is something which creates artificial world for us. It's not necessarily artificial world like in the virtual reality. It can be artificial information surrounding artificial culture which motivate us to do different things. And this is really scary, because if someone will create for you smart culture or smart sales when you come into the shop, and they know what you're going to buy because they know everything about you, smart propaganda, smart life, it's a really scary thing. And it's in our hand actually to understand how the future will look like. It will be the future of the Soviet writers like Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, or the cyberpunk by Neil Stevenson, because it's absolutely different visions of future. What we can do, I think for researchers, my advice is to do research in this area, because actually it's a green field, there are a lot of interesting findings, there are a lot of things to hack and to protect, and doing it all together we can make more secure AI. For enterprises, don't trust AI if adversarial input is possible. Never trust it. Now it's not ready, and I'm not sure it will be ready soon. And again, AI is not a spherical model traveling in vacuum. There are a lot of things around AI which you should to protect. Cybersecurity, as usual, still works. For government, it's very important to care about privacy, about data models and annotation, and the best way is to centralize it, to create some kind of protection around, and force vendors to follow security best practice. I know it's impossible, because again, I did a cybersecurity in industrial control system, yeah, but still, it's something we should do together. And also try to detect and control AI-based abuses, because AI by itself is a power, yeah, which can be abused. So, when the Black Mirror reality, the Black Mirror movie will become reality, I think very soon, because everyone wanted and everyone invested in this a lot of things. Am I afraid? A little bit, but I still believe I'm a hacker and I can switch tune off the light. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Are there any questions from the audience?
Thanks a lot, really good presentation. You had throughout your slides a few places when you talked about things you guys discover or as in products or in technology itself. Do you guys make it more public, so actually, the industry, people who work on this can benefit it, and people who attempt to use it can actually push the market to get better? Because I fully agree with your findings here, so I'm trying to kind of see how you publicize that more.
We always follow responsible disclosure practice, because I personally believe that responsible or full disclosure is much better than no disclosure, because it motivates vendors to make more secure things and motivate our researchers to create own research by following your methods. It's like a science work, But on our hand, it can be used for bad, for sure. That is why we always wait for vendors to fix things, to publish patch, and do public disclosure only after things are fixed. Because again, it can create like new worm, like wanna try all these things. We don't want to be the part of it.
Hi, this is Gagan from Dark Matter. I have a question regarding the application of AI in the SOC operations. I mean, how is it useful to detect the network attacks or like DOS or anything and take the preventive action as compared to the current products which are based on the signature or anonymized method based?
Clear, yeah. So, I still believe that traditional approach, which behavior analysis or signatures, it can be different kind of signatures. It's not only regular expression, correct? Yeah, it works much better because it gives you a clear answer, it gives you definition why it was detected, etc. But when the AI things can help, it can help if you have, for instance, management security services with thousands of endpoints. And you doing threat hunting. Yes, you're not just detecting things, you're doing threat hunting and you have no idea what is bad, what is good. You can use different unsupervised learning algorithm to detect suspicious activity. next analyze it, and next create signatures, upload it, and clean, for instance, for antivirus and clean from the network. And most of the vendor actually they do it. For instance, when I used to work in the Kaspersky, we had the management security service, Kaspersky Management Protection, which actually works in this way. It's collect a lot of information for known things. It's use signatures, behavior analysis. For the research, it's AI-driven things.
False clip.
Yeah, a lot of false positive, that is why it's research. Yes, so it's a human who launched this unsupervised training algorithm, get some detection, and next verify it, create signatures which create much less false positives and false negatives, and do it. So it's like human-machine interface. And also colleague.
First, thank you very much for the excellent talk. I had a couple of questions regarding the attack vectors that you have experienced or you have observed during your research. So, majorly, the attacks that was discussed in the talk were AppSec-related attacks in the servers and the Docker containers, with serverless, typical AppSec attacks that can be applied on AI in a way or another. And the second attack vector would be poisoning the learning and training phase of AI.
Mm-hmm. AI phase of AI.
Are there other vectors that you have seen other than both two majorly?
I think there's two main areas. Yeah, first is infrastructure, which become more complicated and which have new building blocks because of AI, like these GPU things. Yeah, so and also we create additional software like this frameworks, pipelines, etc. Yeah, this one thing. And second, as you told, is things related to AI by itself. And this very interesting area, but very, let's say, emerging. And my main takeaway from this is that we should try to understand how it works. And this is an important thing because unless you understand this, you cannot trust. So it's, again, security is a trust. Yeah, I trust you because I know you. You are like, I don't know, guy from our country, maybe without culture, I cannot trust you until I know you. Same for AI. We build in something, we even don't know how it thinks. And this is a huge area of research. And from the attacks, you have first is different adversarial examples, and second is IP related things to steal the model, which from practical implementation, yeah. And the last thing is adversarial training with this poor chatbot Tai, which was trained with the bad things. So this is quite common. It's not the future, yeah. It's already implemented, especially if AI somehow related to profit, like in case of the face recognition and payment system, yeah.
Authorization. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more big applause for Sergey.
Thank you so much.
Our next talk that's coming up is Hacking the Zero-Day Market by Andrea Zapparoli Manzoni. Please give him a big applause.
Hello. As the founder of Hack in the Box always says, what a time to be alive. Huh? This is an incredible period of time. So, well, do you have the presentation, guys? Oh, okay. I've also seen people discussing about setting up supply chain attacks to AI platforms. Because, of course, there are so many pieces that must be put together that if you manage to infiltrate the supply chain, you can make some interesting tricks. So anyway, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm the director of CrowdFence Limited. CrowdFence is a UAE-based company based in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. In my previous life, in one of my previous lives, I was the director for cybersecurity at KPMG in Europe. And I'm working in security since the 20th century, which means almost 20 years at this point. I was member of the National Security Observatory in Italy, which helped to define the Italian cyber strategy, national cyber strategy. I wrote several cybersecurity white papers, best practices, and research papers, and so on. And in the end, I convinced myself that the best service I could give to the security field was to move to the offensive field. Because, in my opinion, at this point in time, it's more effective and will be extremely strategic in the next months and years. So, what is the zero-day market, first of all, that we are dealing with? We evaluate, test, purchase, and supply 0 days to government agencies. And of course, with the purpose of supporting their law enforcement investigations and intelligence activities. The zero-day market is a disaster. It's a horrible thing, because historically, it developed in a way that is completely chaotic, inefficient, underground, and therefore there are some bad practices that established over time which are hard to change, which is a problem because we are in this market to find good intelligence-grade capabilities that then must be delivered to government agencies, which of course have very high standards. So we have to deal with crazy people on one side and with 3-star generals on the other side. And we are sitting in between. And sometimes it's an uncomfortable position. Another problem is that researchers are very often, traditionally, scammed or underpaid or treated very, very badly. Because even if they are the most important part of the market, they are unable to negotiate. They are unable to discuss fair contracts and so on. So they are the pillar upon which the zero-day market is built, but at the same time, they are the weakest link. And also, this brings to a talent vacuum, because a lot of guys will do high-level zero-day research for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and then they will just burn out and leave the market because of all these issues. So, when I started designing CrowdFence in 2016 with a group of lawyers and ethical hackers and researchers, and so we tried to put together around the table different skills and points of view. We decided we wanted to combat these inefficiencies by doing different things on different levels. First of all, protect and pay researchers more, which seems a silly conclusion, but it's the first thing that we started doing. Second, reduce unnecessary middlemen. This market is full of people who are just moving code around without adding any value. Dedicate more economic resources, and of course, develop best practices, also because this is a seriously under-regulated market, which means that it's a big gray area. There are no precise rules, regulations, and so on. So we need to self-regulate as much as possible, which is hard. It's not easy. So we started from these two main directions. The first was to launch the biggest, at the time, bug bounty program ever, which was public. So we also wanted to add a layer of transparency on top of this very shadowy environment. So we just published a list of classes of vulnerabilities that we were willing to buy with a range of prices, and everything was very clear. And we dedicated, for the first year, $10 million to the purchase of 0 days. And then this year, we extended the program to other classes of vulnerabilities, offering overall $15 million for buying these vulnerabilities. And at the same time, we wrote very fair contracts. And sometimes researchers don't believe us. They see the contracts and they ask us, is this real? What are you offering us? Is this too nice, too good to be true? In fact, it's a normal business contract, which you would use in any other field, that we try to translate in a way that can be useful in this very strange field. So this is the the classes of targets that we are interested into. Of course, not for ourselves, but for our customers. So you see Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, and then other. Did I do something? Okay. Other classes like routers, baseband, or instant messengers, and so on. This is what the market, this very niche, specific market is asking for. This said, we decided that we didn't want to deal with nasty things like, 0 days for medical devices or SCADA, nuclear plants, and so on. Unfortunately, we receive a lot of offers also for that kind of stuff, which we bounce back, which we don't want to deal with. It's dangerous because this stuff is on the market. We don't buy it, but someone else is certainly buying it. So how is the workflow? We created a platform which is called Vulnerability Research Hub, and there is a process that we follow. So without going into details, basically we receive a submission, we discuss it in a preliminary level, high level, and then we ask for some proofs from the researcher, and we also try to understand the researcher psychology and mentality, because some of these guys are a little bit unique, so to speak. And then when we reach an agreement about the interest of the, let's say, the evaluation of the submission is positive, then we go into further technical discussions until we reach an agreement on the price, and so on. Then we finally buy, and the deal is done. Of course, the VRH is also a platform which required a lot of thought, actually, a lot of research, because imagine putting online a platform that contains, at any given moment, 150, 200 Intel-grade 0 days, and you can access it online. So the security side of this platform was really something that we studied and researched for almost a year. And now we think that even if everything is hackable, what we came up with is reasonably resilient to attacks. Just to give you an example of how difficult is this activity, I will give you some percentages at the different stages in the Intel grade 0 days funnel. Okay, so let's say we receive 100 submissions. After evaluation, we will bounce almost half of them. So we are left with 50. And then we go into the testing phase, and probably 10 of them will be declared intelligence grade. There's a lot of stuff which works, but is noisy, has a low level of, how do you say it? Is not reliable, or will crash things, or will give out that there is exploitation going on, and so on. So after testing, we throw out another 25. And then we reach the approval phase, and at this point we have probably 10, because there is also the negotiation part that will remove some of the assets from the list. Then there is the delivery. At this point, 2 months have passed, because this is complicated stuff, which means that maybe after 1 week, the 0-day is patched. So in the end, what goes on the field of 100 submissions is 2 or 3 assets, okay? Now, for the first time, this is something I first wanted to do in Hack in the Box Amsterdam, but we didn't have enough data for 2019. Now I'm able to show you these statistics, which were never shown before. Well, you will see, these are statistics about the exploits that we, after evaluation, decided to test. So this is not what was offered. This is what we decided that we wanted to investigate and understand better and study and evaluate. So from January 1st, you see the majority of the exploits are for the Windows platform. Then there is an interesting number for Unix-related systems, 0 days, networking devices, so routers, firewalls, and so on, including security platforms, mobile, which includes both Android and iOS, web applications, 0 days exploits that can work on multiple platforms, so maybe something that will affect both Windows and Linux and macOS, IoT, macOS, virtualizers, SAP, and so on. Only one ICS-related 0-day was accepted because it's not, with that thing, it's not possible to disrupt a plant, which is our criteria for deciding if we want to deal with that or not. And as you can see, on the other side, after almost 10 months, 93% of these assets are still 0-day. The rate of patching is, for this class, this quality of 0 days, is extremely low, extremely low. They're very long-lived, relatively speaking. And also you will see that almost 8 out of 10 are available after many months, are still available. Well, we don't believe that buying exclusively is an option because you can never enforce exclusive purchases. So most of these 0 days are also being purchased by other parties. A very few of them were bought exclusively. And this is the status per category. So you will see what is still 0-day and what is end-day now, after a certain period of time, and by category. So basically, we could have like a 2 days long workshop on this graph, because there's so much to say about why and how different rates of patching over the same period of time come up for different categories. This could become a book explaining this graph into details. Still, as you can see, which is good for us, but is not good in absolute terms, the patching rate is significantly lower than we expected. Also on mainstream systems, not only on exotic, strange, or legacy systems, also on mainstream, relatively recent systems. The VRH in itself is a web application where you can submit your bugs and you can discuss with our team through an encrypted mechanism that resembles, basically it's an end-to-end encrypted platform where everything is encrypted in a way that not even the server knows what it is dealing with. Everything happens in the browser. And we recently also added a FAQ and a manual because we are adding more features all the time. And basically what's happening, this is an experiment because there was nothing like the VRH before. So we took a risk by doing this thing. Imagine many researchers will probably be very paranoid. And maybe they don't want to connect to such a platform. They think they are being tracked. They think they will disclose too much information about themselves and so on. They are used to deal with the sale of 0 days in the dark alleys with USB keys. And now you're asking them to sign up to a platform, give their public key, interact with a web server and so on. So we were not sure about the reception of these ideas. In fact, it is working. So the results is that by going through the procurement process that I showed you before with the VRH, we can shorten the purchase evaluation, testing, and purchase process by at least 30% compared to traditional ways of doing things. Sorry. And which is amazing because time is of essence in this business. The best vulnerability can be patched at any time. So you're investing a lot of money into something that can be gone any day. So the faster we go through this process, ensuring, of course, the quality of the execution, the better. And the results are that the customers are happier and achieve better results. This is how you sign up. Of course, I'm not going to explain all the details, but as you can see, it's a very simple interface, a very simple application. If you want to discuss more, of course, we are sponsoring this event, so we'll be here for the whole week. Or you can write to those emails addresses. But again, if you just want to have a chat about what we do or ask questions privately, just catch up and let's talk. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions from the audience right now?
No. Those are from where?
This is
people online?
Slido, yeah, that's people online.
Okay. But can I answer now?
Of course. Do you want me to read
right.
it to you?
Do you have any question, guys? What is the definition of Intel-grade 0 days? It's defined, well, of course, it's not a precise definition. But let's say that there are some thresholds in terms of uniqueness, in terms of reliability, in terms of lack of artifacts, lack of crashes, and so on, quality of the code itself. You can have, for the same bug, a very well-written code or a badly written code. And very good vulnerability researchers are not necessarily very good programmers. So maybe they have the craziest ideas, and then their implementation is not so good. So maybe in that case, we will work with them in order to improve the code. So Intel-grade means simply that this is something that can be fielded and used within a broader serious, high-level intelligence or counterintelligence or law enforcement operation and work. Because a lot of stuff on this market simply doesn't work, or doesn't work well enough, or will backlash, and so on and so on. How do platforms protect against a scenario whereby the same zero-day is sold to different platforms? There is no way. I'll be very honest. There is no way to enforce this, but of course, since we are talking about assets which have very high value, these things can be worth $2–3 million each. So if someone is playing in a way that creates problems, next time you would simply not buy from that person, which is a good enough incentive to behave, you know? But there is technically no way to enforce exclusivity, no way to enforce that someone is trying to cheat. This is a game based on trust, basically, in an environment which is zero trust. So, not easy, but there is no way to have this kind of protection. We don't even try. We don't even try. It would be a waste of resources and money. But when we find out, then we, of course, react accordingly. Scaling. Scaling, what are the challenges you have faced when it comes to scaling this service? I'll be, again, very honest. The three main issues here regarding to how to scale. First of all, now there is more people doing this kind of research than ever. Therefore, there is more assets on sale. But the budgets are not growing accordingly, and customers don't need all these 0 days. They need one specific asset for that specific operation. They will not buy 3 because there are 2 more available. They will only buy the one that they need. So now we're entering a strange phase where for the first time, there is more offer than demand. Okay? This is going to shape the market in the next months and change things a little bit. So now, so answering to this question, first problem is that the demand side is not scaling compared to the availability of high-quality 0 days, which is growing. On the other hand, the quality for us to hire people is very, very, very difficult because they need to be extremely good technically, extremely trustful. They need to have the right mindset. You cannot just take someone from the street because he's a good hacker. It's the recipe for disaster. Ideally, we should have people that went through military academy for 5 years, special ops operations, and are also extremely good hackers. But of course, it's impossible to find this kind of human resources. So we're doing our best to find people who have the right mindset. This is sensitive stuff. It's not just having fun with a keyboard, hacking stuff, breaking stuff. This is super sensitive stuff. Geopolitical issues are at stake many times. So it's hard to scale because we don't find enough people with the right skill set, which is a mix in between highly technical and trained to think in a certain way. And the zero-day market is not growing faster than we expected. Actually, we think that there is a limit. Because as I said, for high-quality, expensive assets, the number of potential customers is limited, and the number of operations that they can do in parallel is limited. So it's a self-limiting field. Okay. In this case, if you have more bullets, you will not shoot more. Okay. And on the other hand, you will not buy all these bullets if you are not going to shoot them. So it's very interesting because these dynamics are uncommon. It's a very particular, very, very unique market. So we don't think it will grow much more in terms of volumes than now. It will differentiate. And I will give you just an example, and then I will let you go for lunch. Now there is a huge demand from developing countries for weaponized end days. This is new. This is totally new. We're creating a dedicated division for this. We decided to invest because many, many countries don't have the opportunity to pay $2 million, $3 million for one exploit. It's beyond their budgets, it's beyond their culture. They have better ways to spend their money there. And also, of course, they have less money than other countries. But for them, a fresh, weaponized end day, advisory made 10 days ago, is as good as a 0 day in terms of possibility of getting the results that they are looking for, because of course everything here is very, very goal-oriented, mission-oriented. Okay? So from a mission point of view, they can also work with weaponized end days which are 10 days old in terms of the CVE or the disclosure advisory or whatever, or patch without disclosure or patch without advisory, which is often the case. So the market will change. A lot of new actors are joining the party with different budget, different mindsets, different ideas, different needs, so the market will change. I don't think that 0 day market will grow much more than it is today. We need to improve it, though, because now we are just at the early phases of a normalized, professionalized, well-developed market. It's still chaotic, it's still inefficient, it's still very, very complicated. So there is a lot of work to do, which is exciting in a sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Right now there is a lunch break. Welcome to HITB plus CyberWeek. I hope you all had a good lunch. We are up for our next talk on the CommSec talks. This is Discover Invisible Fileless Web Shell in the APT attack by Dove Chiu and Tim Ye. Please give them a welcome.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for joining this session. My name is Dove Chiu, and he's my teammate, Tim Ye.
I'm Tim Ye.
We come from Trend Micro Taiwan. We are all 3 researchers. So things start from the case, and it happened in December 2017, almost 2018. When I was checking the server running, it is actually an Exchange server. And it is a front-end Exchange server, so which means it has an Outlook web app. And basically, it is just an IIS server that connected to the mail service. So when I first touched this, I found this there is one suspicious thread which is running on the winit.exe. So I'm very curious, so I dumped the process memory. And I found there is a memory block that looks very strange. So this is the memory block. And you can see that it looks like an executable header, but without any MZ header. It has a P header, section tables, the structure is still complete, but there is no MZ, which looks it's more suspicious. And so I tried to recover the file when I was in the customer side. So how do I do? First I fix the MZ header, then I rebuild the PE, and I just throw the file into the IDEA Pro. Then I found 2 things strange. There's a string that looks like an URL, and the program called the HTTP ADD URL, and take this URL string as a parameter. So for the web shell techniques, there's a website called the MITRE attack. There's a bunch of different web shell techniques used in the APT attack. So there's a one called the OWAAUTH. The font size might be small, but I already enlarged for you. It says it is installed as an IS API filter on Exchange servers. So when I first touched this sample, I think it might be it should be an IS API filter backdoor. But so is it really an IS API filter backdoor? Actually, I'm very lucky. I got I got similar case before, so I have the IS API filter registry path. For the IIS server to load the IIS API filters, you have to check the registry path. So I just connected back to the office, and I grab the registry path and map into the target machine. But there is nothing, so which means this is not an IIS API filter DLL. So I keep looking into the malicious code, and I found that this sample responds to get or post command, and you can see that there is a very big while loop, and which means the program will continue to listen to get or post command. So later in the demo, you will see that. And let's take a deeper look. This program will respond to some strings after the request is decrypted, which means if you send the requested.html, this program will first decrypt it like an RC4 or something. Then it will match to some strings. These strings are just like an OP code. What are these strings? These strings are CD, dir, copy, move, delete, or system info. And there is also a small piece of code that will do a create process, but the parameter is cmd.exe. So it looks really like a backdoor. So after we collect all the data from all Exchange servers, there are 3 Exchange front-end servers and a lot of Exchange backend servers, and we finally figure out how the program have been loaded. And by the way, in that unit, there are 3 front-end servers in customer side, and all the 3 front-end servers have this kind of backdoor. So this is the whole loading sequence. When the Windows boot up, the terminal service started, and it will load a DLL called the sessenv.dll, the session environment DLL, which is a normal, which is a legal, it is a legitimate DLL. It will exist in all the Windows computer, and that DLL will load a non-existing DLL, which name is tsvip.srv.dll. And let's take a look at session environment DLL first. And this is just a small piece of code. You can see that there will load 2 different names. One is tsmsi.srv.dll, and another one is tsvip.srv.dll. So, which means if your computer have these 2 files, or any of these, the session environment DLL will load it. But if you don't, that is fine, because the terminal service will still running, which means it's just like a third-party module or something that Microsoft should support. So what did hacker did? Hacker just changed the malicious loader DLL name to tsvip.srv.dll and put it under the System32 folder. And hacker tried to restart the terminal service. Then the whole backdoor will up and running. When the malicious DLL, the tsvip.srv.dll is executed, it will inject a small code into the win90.exe and then create a remote process. And that suspicious process will register the requested .html to IIS server. And when the IIS server got the requested .html request, then it will interact with the thread inside the win90.exe. So which is not the tsvip.srv.dll, because this one already unloaded in the memory. So it is very hard to find in this case, because this case also uses a lot of anti-forensic techniques. So let me point out something. For a web shell, there is no script or no page file in your web folder, which means there is no requested .html, which means for a web shell, it is an invisible web shell. And the second thing is, the first one is, which means it is a fileless web shell. And the second thing, the tsvip.srv.dll, it loaded only once. And it will unload it after injected to Win990, which means you can only find one suspicious thread. So there's no process, which means it's almost like a processless. And the third thing is, if you look at the IIS log and searching for the requested .html, there's nothing, which means this is logless. And the next is the tsvip.srv.dll is a big file. Actually, the file contents is small, but the malicious DLL is full of garbage code and junctions, something. And the file was locked to avoid some antivirus or some scanning tools at the user mode. So, which means, because we are doing the live forensics, which means this makes us very difficult to do a live forensics. And the last thing is the file timestamp have been changed. So when we think it is over, and a few months later, we saw an article. It's from SecureList. It's related to the Operation Shadow Hammer. And there's a small, their researcher already analyzed some shadow path samples. There are other victims which they said it will indirectly listen to TCP port 80 and look at the URL string, which is a requested.html, which is almost the same as our case. And the malware also responds to HTTP GET or POST. And it says which can help it remain invisible for a long time. So I think we believe that we are analyzed some similar samples, but we met it earlier. And we also think it is very hard to find. And that article also mentioned about the operation Shadowhammer the source may come from a group name whose name is ShadowPad. And the other related samples keep coming in the mid of this year. I also got this sample, and this sample is not related to the first sample. And if you want to communicate with the backdoor, and you have to match the URL string, and you also have to match the cookie string. So that you can the version number will be 1.0 in here. And a few days later, we got version 1.5 here. The main change is that the cookie string has changed, but the biggest change is that the URL string is passed from parameters, which means you cannot make a simple pattern scanning on the network side, because hacker can easily modify this very easy. So similar samples keep coming in maybe, I think it's around last month. We got almost the same backdoor as the first case, but it's different technique of DL hijacking. And for the reference, the MITRE also have the DL hijacking, but it's called the DL search order hijacking. By the way, in this case, hacker used the DL name, which is WLBSCTRL.dl, and it will also launched by the IKE EXT service. So I think we need a solution. So in order to have these solutions, we have to trace in details. So let me introduce my teammate, Tin Ye.
Okay, thanks, Dolph. I'm Tin Ye, and and since that we think this kind of backdoor is hard to trace, it's very hard to find it. So we need some solution or some tool when we're doing the live forensics. So we need to know it more. First, we try to look up the Microsoft document, and we see the HTTP.add URL. This kind of function need at least 2 parameters. One is request queue handle, which is a HTTP API handle. And the other is full qualified URL, which is just like the example, HTTP plus AT port and a.html for this kind of example. And something is worth to say is that this HTTP API, this HTTP add URL is not only existed in IIS web server, but also in every kind of Windows version from XP, SP2, and 2003. After this kind of version, Windows built in the HTTP SYS. So hacker can use this HTTP API to create their invisible web shell. But if the IIS server is installed in the Windows, the benefit of the hacker is that their program, their invisible web shell, can reuse the port 80 or 443, so it can let the backdoor is hard to trace and bypass some firewall or some network traffic monitor. We try to download some sample code from the Microsoft document or GitHub. We download a HTTP server sample application to write the POC code. And in the box is our POC code about the web shell. We registered 443 port help.htm, and we can see that if we use some Microsoft Live Forensic tools, we can see the port 443, but the process is not the malicious process, it's a system, and the PID is 4. And it is because the API registered a URL and interact with the http.sys in the kernel mode, so it is hard to trace the process directly. And we can see if we use Process Explorer, we can see the malicious process server x86, but we cannot see any TCP/IP, any network traffic because it is in the kernel. And something need to discuss is the privilege. HTTP app URL by default need administrator privilege, but there are some way to bypass the administrator privilege. Here we can use some built-in Microsoft tools, NetShell, to list all the URL access control list. And in the red box, we can see there is a reserved URL, 80 port, temporary listen address. And the privilege is open to everyone. So hacker can use this reserved URL to register its malicious URL. So here is our POC. First, we try to register 443, 8080, and 34567, this kind of port, but it is user privilege, so it will fail. But if we registered 80 port temporary listen address, the backdoor, invisible backdoor successfully registered in user privilege. And now we want to know how to detect it or how to find when we're doing the live forensics. There is a tool, built-in tool in Microsoft, NetShell. And NetShell also can print out some registered URL. But we think there are some efficient by just using the NetShell. At first, we think it's easy to bypass. Because NetShell rely on the registry, you can just hook or delete the registry key. NetShell NSHTTP, this registry key, delete it or change the DLL name. Then we can find in the box that it will show command was not found. It can bypass its check. And if we want to develop some EDR products, just use the NetShell is very hard to integrate with our product. And the last one is because we think that develop our self-developed IR tool is cool. Okay, and after a time to figure out which kind of API can we use, we find an API HTTP control service, which can display the PID and the registered URL. The return will show this kind of information. But when we use the API, we find that there are so many undocumented things. Like this one, phttp mgmt root info. What it is no document, and we cannot find anywhere. So we use the reverse engineering technique, try to find out. And finally, it is a pointer of integer one. And last, HTTP control service, this function return value is output buffer. But the output buffer structure is also undocumented. So we need to trace by reverse engineering, and roughly speaking, it is a double linked list and will contain the PID and the registered URL. So we try to reconstruct the structure in the left side, and here are our invisible web shell query tool. And we can see that in the middle red box is our POC backdoor, which can execute the dir command. And the upper is our invisible query web shell tool. And we can display the pair of the PID and the registered URL. So we will give a small video demo and to try to introduce the, we use our invisible web shell query tool and other Trendmicro live forensic tools to find this kind of malicious APT backdoor in the IR cases. Okay, first, we use a process scan to scan the malicious thread or malicious process. And we found a PID 412 win.init.exe. It may contain some suspicious thread. Oh, take a little time. Okay, and next, we try to dump the memory of the PID. And we can see there will have some malicious string in the PID of memory of PID. Here are some like requested HTML, this kind of malicious strings. And we use our invisible query tool, try to query the pairs of PID and the registered URL. And we can find the PID and the requested URL, .html. And we try to interact with the IIS server. In the web root, there are some files, but no requested .html. If we test existed file, it will return the success strings. But and we test the requested .html, it will continue cycling, waiting for the backdoor command. And if we test a non-existent URL, it will return 404 not found. And then we can check the IIS log. We can see the log contains some test URL like test and non-existent, but there is no requested URL. It means this kind of web shell invisible in the log. And finally, we use our tool hijack scan to scan if there is any DLL hijacking technique. And we found a tsvip srv.dll in the system32 directory. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's make the conclusion. We introduced a new technique, and that is used in recent APT cases, which is very hidden and very hard to find it. And in our cases, this kind of technique or tactic is at least be used in 2 years. And based on compile time, it might be more than 5 years. It's very invisible. And talking to the target industry, we see the cases. They are targeting some high technology company or some government. And when talking to some possible threat actors, in our cases, we see that not only one threat actor use this kind of tactic, but the highest possibility actors are Winty or Black Tech, and they share the same origin. And last, we try to provide some method to catch up this kind of invisible web shell. And hopefully, we all can find and catch up them more easily in the following cases. And that's all our presentation. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? None? Then we have a few questions that were on Slido. The top question is, what makes a suspicious threat suspicious?
You mean this one? In our tool, there are several rules. One rule is it's very technical. If your thread original entry point is not belongs to any module, then it is suspicious. Yeah, that's the basic algorithm. Yeah.
Next question.
How did the backdoor hide himself in process? Oh, it injected to the win.it.exe. Yeah.
And unloaded.
And unloaded immediately.
Malicious still.
Yeah, because win.it.exe is a legal Windows process. Yep. Is it? How does you can imagine that there is a very big black, how to say it, no one bad DLLs. It's just a data list. Yeah, but it is more complicated. It has its own algorithms. Yeah, it will, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry.
At scale.
Sorry, I don't understand. How can the technique be used to detect at scale?
At scale, if we can apply some EDR tools and in the same method, if we can apply in our EDR tools, EDR can periodically scan this kind of malicious URL and check the certificate if it is good or not. Maybe it's kind of method.
Yeah, I think EDR solution might be better than our tool, but our tool is an IR tool, which is there will be no EDR software installed on the unit on the customer side. So that's the benefit.
Did any more questions arise from the audience itself?
as you said, it's injected himself in another process, but sometime even on Test Manager, if you open it, you're gonna see it's gonna see what process are under that process, and it's really obvious that's gonna show the process. But how they hide it, so it's not gonna show up even in those processes.
What?
I mean, when, for example, if you look at the process, it's gonna already get injected. It's gonna show up what are sub-processes in that process.
Sorry, I don't understand.
I want to try to say if it's got injected to another process.
Maybe we can talk later.
The process.
Yeah, because there's other session, right?
Well, then I'll thank you very much. Sorry, Dov Chiu and Tim Ye.
Thank you.
Please give him another big applause.
I guess we can start now. So thank you everyone for attending. It's a great honor for me to speak here at Hack in the Box, sharing my experiments with JWT and application security in general. Today I will be speaking about JWT security, and the talk is practical approaches for testing and breaking JWT authentication. So my name is Mazen Ahmed. I'm a freelancing penetration tester and information security specialist. Also founded the security startup called Full Hunt. It's the next generation vulnerability intelligence platform. Before that, I was working as a security engineer at ProtonMail, and I'm also an occasional bug bounty participant, where I was in the top 10 in 2014. I also got acknowledged by Facebook, by Twitter, Oracle, and LinkedIn for reporting security vulnerabilities to them. And let's start. So once upon a time, I was participating in this CTF competition with my team. When I was participating there, my role was to take over the web application challenges. At that competition, the most difficult challenge was marked as extreme. It was a web application challenge. And once I inspected it, I know that it's a JWT challenge. So it was a login page, and you have to get admin access to the application to get the flag. You have user access, so there is two ways to do this. The first way is by brute forcing the admin password, which does not make sense. And the other straightforward solution is to break the JWT authentication at that point. So I started inspecting this challenge and trying to solve it. Eventually we solved it and we won the competition at that day. But then I realized that there is a lot of work that should be put in JWT, especially that is being used a lot these days. Anyone is doing AppSec here? Okay, great. Some people are doing AppSec. So have you encountered JWT before in any application? Anyone tested the toolings for JWT that is public? Have you tested? No? Oh, it's fine. So at that CTF, it was a 4-hour CTF, and I have to solve it. After learning what JWT is and how to work with it, I used the tooling that is publicly available at that time in order to try to solve the challenge. And based on that, this motivated me to do these experiments. And we'll discuss it later. So first, we're going to talk about JWT and the background of it, then how it works, the implementation, how to attack it, how to secure it, and everything. At the end, we have a small tool release for JWT. So JWT is an RFC that was proposed back in May 2015. And basically, it's JSON object, the concept of JSON objects, and digital signatures, or cryptographic signatures, composed together and gives you JWT. So it's something like this. The base64 header, base64 of a header, base64 of payload, and signature. This 3 chunks composes or makes JWT token. This is the header. It looks like this, composed of 2 keys. The first, the alg, is the important part, the algorithm that is being used for signing the token. And the second part is, if you control it, you own the system. You can put whatever data that you want, and as far as being signed correctly, you are secure. This is how it's being signed. So whatever cryptographical signature technique that you are using being applied with the chunk that you originally gave it to it. Eventually, this is how it looks. The red side is the header. The green is the payload, the data that you provide. And the pink one is the signature. Typical setup for JWT goes this way. Let's say I have a web application that is using JWT. So a user would send an HTTP request with their username, their password, or their email and password, their credentials, to the system. The system would check it within their database and check if the credentials are correct. And if it's correct, it sends a signed JWT token to the user, and then asks the user to forward it whenever they do any functionality there. Then whenever the user sends it, it won't be checked fully as it's being checked at the beginning, which reduces the headache for doing authentication. It only checks if the token that is being sent is signed or not, and that's it. If it's signed, it will check the value of it, whether the user have the same ID, for example, or whatever, and that's all of it. So it's quite simple to use. And now we go to the attacking part. We can see from this that if you were able to break a JWT authentication or authorization system, you broke the entire thing. There are SSO single sign-on systems that are being based on the JWT protocol. Once you break it, you break the entire enterprise access control. First way to do it is straightforward, brute forcing the secret key. If the company is using a weak password or something that you can basically crack, but the tracking at that point won't be a remote cracking, so you won't be sending a lot of requests to the user. You would just obtain a valid JWT token, and once you obtain it, you would be able to crack it offline, which is great. You can take the entire attack to your field. With the resources that you have, you can win. That's the first way. Second way, so how to obtain the JWT token? Typically, if it's being used in a web application, you would get it in the response. So when you authenticate with a login page, for example, you would get it in response if your token is correct, if your credentials are correct. So the same way that you get the session cookie, but in this case, you won't be getting a session cookie like the typical session cookie. You would get a token from the server. Yeah, so in this case, let's say you have a user level, a user access typical user, not an admin level. And if you have this valid token with this like criteria, you can do the following. I will show you now here. Let's get back to this one. This one. So if you obtain a typical token like this from the server side, you would then go to this one, decode it, and once you decode it, you can see the subscription ID for the user. You can just change it, and once you change it, if it's signed, this is a tricky part, if you signed it correctly, the server will accept it. If the server accepts your token, the signed token or the manipulated token that you tampered, then you broke the system. The point, or the key point, is if you modify the token, it won't work because it's not signed with the cryptographical signature that was made for it. It's easy to obtain it. This is the easy part for this one. So once you get the keys, once you try to brute force it, you got the valid key that the company is using for signing the tokens. You can easily issue a new token and with the value that you want. Then you send it to the server with what you want, and boom, that's it. You broke the system. The second way is signing a new token with something called the non-algorithm. As discussed before, we were discussing previously about how RFCs are quite a difficult thing. So in the RFC, they have this specs called the non-algorithm, which means a valid JWT that is unsigned, with no cryptographical key, with no token, with no key, with no password, with nothing. But it's a valid one. If you provide this one to the server and it accepts it, then it means that you can issue arbitrary tokens, and you can use them to manipulate or compromise the authentication system. Basically becomes anyone. You can become anyone in that case. The third way is a way of fuzzing the system. You can manipulate the cryptographical method that is being used. So instead of saying that you are using HS256, you can say that I'm using HS512. And then it may break the system. Whatever error can happen in the background, we don't know. Or it can yield with some useful errors that can help you in going further. It's something that's worth trying because the importance of this system, but it's not something that is bulletproof to get you access to the server or to the system. So this part, what happened to be the thing that I was doing while in the CTF, the JWT testing tools at that point. The first tool I have is called JWT tool. This is one of the tools that I used in the CTF. At that challenge that I was participating on, the way to solve it was to sign a token with the non-algorithm and then send it back to the server, and the server will accept it. This tool is capable of doing the same thing, signing a token. You provided a token, it will sign it with a non-algorithm. So I used it. Apparently, it did not work. So there is a lot of issues in this tool. And one thing that is not that good on it is using custom parsing for base64 strings. So developers are using official JWT libraries that are following the RFCs. And so there is no actual reason to reinvent this part. Instead, we should use the same thing, or same libraries that developers are using to break their thing. So they were not using this one, they were using custom parsing. I believe this is the reason that made this tool issue an invalid token for that challenge. And one thing, they are having like a JWT cracker, but the thing is the cracker did not, it's using linear approach for cracking. It's somehow fast, but it's still Python, so it's not the fastest because of the global interpreter lock. Second tool I used was C, JWT cracker. It's written in C, but the thing is it's unstable. If you can see in the screen here, this is from the project repository. It says that there's some sort of an issue in their base64 implementation. At that case, when I was in the CTF, I took the same tool and issued a token that is, the password was like 1234, and I was trying to consistently try to crack it. Every time it gives me different results, which means it's totally unstable at that point. Third tool was JWT Cracker. It's a really nice tool, but it's only made for HS256 JWT. And yeah, now introducing JWT Poon. When I wasn't able to solve it in that competition, I started to scripting my own thing, which is very simple, very library dependent on the thing that is originally made, the PyJWT library that developers use. And then I made these scripts, and then I made it as a tool for me to share it with you guys. So it's simple scripts. Some scripts are even like 5 to 10 lines because it's dependent, and I've shored all of the work to the library, and covering all the discussed attacks, automated, and of course, it includes some sort of a JWT password cracker with some software engineering in mind, so the bugs that I showed you now won't be there, hopefully. And of course, it's in beta release, so I'm very open to feedback regarding it. First script is JWT decoder, very simple one. You just give it a JWT token. It will decode it to you and gives you what data there. It will be very handy if the authentication system is leaking more info that is not supposed to be shared in the token, because if you receive the token, whatever in that field can be decoded and people can see it. So if you're, let's say, sharing phone numbers, for example, it won't be a nice thing. The second script is JWT any to HS256. It's a way to fuzz the JWT part. You can just give it a token, and it will change it to HS256, assigned one, with a different key. And you can just pass it to the server and see what will happen. Another one, this is the same concept I used in solving the competition. You give it a signed token, it will generate a new unsigned one, and then you can try it. This is how I solved the challenge at that case. Third one, or the cracker one, is the same concept of cracking JWT, but with some software engineering in mind. This one is multi-threaded. Fun part, what happened when I was writing this one, that although it's multi-threaded, it should be fast, but it wasn't because of the global interpreter lock in Python. So it wasn't the best, but it worked. What I did is I rewrote the same thing in Golang in two different ways. The first way was also in a multi-thread approach. And it was fast, but it wasn't as satisfying. What I figured out after this, that when you are writing a cracker in Golang or anything that requires a lot of resources, when you break it, we have 1 million passwords, for example, in your word list. And then you would split it in split it into workers, and the worker will work at the same time in order to crack it. And you have to do all these processes. But if you write it in a single thread, it will be much faster, somehow. Because you eliminate the process of reading the entire word list, initializing threads, splitting the data into each thread, and things like this way. So yeah, it's also there. But also the testing script is in the repo. And we have a small demo. Can we play it? It's fine, it's fine. So the slides will be shared in the repo too. So you can watch the video later. It shows the speed of the tool, the cracking tool in real life. The word list is around 1 million entry, and how it can try to crack it within seconds in different algorithms and in different things. So this is the repo that will be public right after the talk, if you would like to take a screenshot. So the recommendations. So first, always verify the JWT header, if it's a valid one or not, if it's being tampered or not. Second thing is always verify the algorithm, if it's the same thing that is being used in your company, or someone has modified it to tamper it or to try to fuzz it. Never trust the non-algorithm. Fun part here that Golang, they have their own library for, it's called, I'm not sure what it was called exactly, but the official JWT library for Golang is not following the RFC. So if you provide a token with a signed with a non-algorithm, it won't accept it. It's against the RFC, but it's better somehow. So whitelist the used algorithm and always verify it. Rotate your signing keys periodically, because cracking will happen offline. And once you do it offline, how fast is your performance and your resources, which will mean how fast would it be to crack it. And yeah, so don't expose the important client data in JWT as we spoke earlier. One thing that I would totally recommend is adding a claim to expiration for expiration. This would overcome the issue of non-expiration thing in JWT. So JWT is a stateless protocol, which means that you cannot revoke the token unless you revoke the key. But one thing that you can add is add an expiration of, let's say, 3 months from the day of issuing, or 1 week, depends on your app. And once you do this, you can check if it's signed or not. After you check this part and the function on the validation function, you can check if it passes the time of expiration or not. And then you can have the same experience of an authentication system in a stateless protocol. And key size matters. The bigger your key, the more difficult for people to crack it, like password attacks 101. And yeah, thank you guys.
Mazin, are there any questions from the audience? Then we do have a few from Slido here.
So the first one is, do you need the admin username to manipulate the token? Yes, it depends on the application, but in general, yes. You either need the admin username or the admin ID, for example, to manipulate the token, do the correct thing to get access to his account or her account. The same thing, you can, even if you did not get the admin username, let's say that the application is mostly using emails or using IDs, you can change the ID from the ID that you have to another ID of another user, and you would get access to his or her account once you send the correct thing. That's for the first one. What's the average time? So the second one is, what is the average time to brute force a secret key for a token? The average time is totally debatable. You cannot know it easily. But it depends on your word list. It depends on how difficult is a password. It's totally debatable. You cannot make sure how fast is it. But you can do the best efforts in making your tool as fast as possible, so that it would help you in doing the cracking. And you should try your best in having it more reliable as possible. So for example, one of the solutions was to use Hashcat. So Hashcat somehow supports JWT, but it's not very reliable. And the module for JWT is not very reliable. Hashcat is very reliable, but this one is not. So that's why I had to write something else. And other recommended specification you can use to make the brute forcing infeasible. Yeah, so there is actually. So using a key-based approach, using an actual key, would make it much better instead of using a single token of 12, 14, 100 password length. It's a much more better alternative. Third one is this type of vulnerability applicable to any other protocol? Yes and no. So if the application is using JWT, then it's related to it. But there are a lot of systems and protocols that are now using JWT. Like SSO is a lot of SSO systems are now using JWT, which means that if you break JWT on an SSO system, then you have break the entire SSO system, which is another protocol. So it's quite also debatable on this one. If the secret key is not found in a word list, is brute forcing applicable for secure passwords? No. So if you cannot find it in a word list and you have tried all the resources of word lists and like password entries that you have or you can generate, and all of them did not work, so you cannot really brute force it or break it using this technique. Okay, is it possible to have a separate secret key for each user so that when a key is cracked, it doesn't affect affect others? Yeah, this cannot be possible because it's like a single point of failure. If the token, the signing token for this one is compromised, then the entire thing is compromised. But this makes me think one way to do it in a way that can work with two authentication systems is to have a different SSO for admins with a different signing key that users have so that you can somehow segment the admins from the users. I've never seen this being done, but it's good. It just came out of my mind when I read this question. But typically, it's not possible, yeah.
Are there any more questions now from the audience, maybe?
Yeah, please.
So I've seen a video yesterday, somehow it's related to your topic. There was a web application that is vulnerable to SQL injection. So the person trying to break into the administration page got in by injecting the web application with a string. So he is in the administration page, but he doesn't know the username and the password. So once he is in, it'll say hello, like a name. So this would be the username. So what he did basically was he inspected the element. He went to the network cookies, and then he got the JWT token. He just Googled JSON Web Token Decoder, and then he copied it and pasted it in the website. And then it broke down the three elements, which is the header, payload, signature.
Yeah.
He saw the hash of the password. So basically, he copied it and pasted it in the hash identifier. It was MD5. So he went to MD5 decoder. He put the hash, and the actual password showed up. So he got the password after getting in the administration page by injecting the web application with SQL injection.
Okay, this scenario is quite difficult because let's say the MD5 hash was for this particular user, right? Was it for the particular user or it was for the admin?
It was like the hash of the password.
Yeah, but I mean the JWT token that he obtained, it was for the admin? Or?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, okay, that would make sense because the token would store different data so like if a user, this is one thing that we actually discussed here. So you should not put this type of data on the JWT payload. So you, like if I'm building a JWT system, authentication system, I would have like the user ID, the user email, and probably that's it. I won't be putting the actual password because people can decode it. And once, if my token is leaked, then other bad things can happen, which is in this case, the user has extracted the same thing from the user. But in that scenario, the hacker could have just used the same token and replied to the application, and he would have got the same access without even trying to crack it. It's a good scenario, but he can do it in an easier way that would fit the JWT thing. Yeah. So we have another. Is pass the hash applicable in this case when cracking the password is not possible? Well, I wish yes, but unfortunately not. Pass the hash is not applicable in this one. You need to, you have some sort of text file or string that you need to sign it in a way that the application would accept it. There is no way to perform typical pass the hash techniques in this case, in this particular protocol. But you can try your best in fuzzing the authentication into finding ways to get in.
Okay, so we have actually been able to get the demo to work. Would you still like to play it?
Well, sure, why not?
No, let's do that.
That's for the speed, actually. That would be nice. This is more than a 1 million word list. So this like the same file, like different tokens with the password 1234. And it's inside the word list, and you can see how fast you can load the word list and crack the password in different hashing algorithms. This is 3 different ones that are majorly used in real web applications or authentication systems. 1, 2, you see, like 2 seconds. That's all. And that's not my laptop. But yeah, okay, another one. Why is JWT being stateless seen as a benefit over normal cookies? Well, that's a good one. So having a stateless protocol is really nice because you offshore the entire authentication part in terms of checking and performance and stuff like this to something that can be easily done in less resources. So having like a normal cookie, you would have to store like, let's say for example, PHP. PHP, you would, like each user that is being authenticated with typical PHP authentication with the cookies and everything that is going with PHP, you would use, each token will be stored in the system, whether in memory or in file disk. But in JWT, you do not have to store it actually. You just have to issue it and sign it correctly in a way that when you see it again, you would know that this is the token that I issued. It's not something that someone tampered. In fact, a lot of the modern systems are using the same technique now, in a way or another. So for example, the Janjo is using the same technique, not fully JWT, of course, but the same concept of stateless protocol or stateless authentication. Flask authentication in Python is using the same thing. Definitely, there are a lot more frameworks that is using the same concepts of stateless authentication now because it's much reliable and much easier to implement and much easier to deploy and requires far much less resources than typical normal cookies.
Are there any more questions? Then can I give it a big applause for Mazen Ahmed? Thank you. Next up will be Docker container insecurity by Suraj Khetani. Did I say that right?
Yes, that's right. So who am I? I am a security specialist. I work at one of the leading banks in the UAE. I have 6 years of experience in this industry. My key areas of interest are in Windows endpoint and infrastructure security, as well as container security. And I'm soon to be married. This was put by my fiancé. And a disclaimer, these opinions are my own and not of my employers. So let's see what we'll be covering today. We'll be seeing why do we need to look into container security. We'll be seeing into what are the Docker internals, the namespaces, storage, and so on. And in the end, we'll be seeing at the common misconfigurations that the DevOps engineers do when they configure the containers. So why container security? Over the past few years, we have seen many organizations have moved to these to the containerization technologies a lot. Especially Google, they have been spinning up about 2 billion containers every week. And that's because of the fact that they help us in quick deployments of the applications, as well as they take less hardware resources. But with every new tech that comes into the picture, there are new attack surfaces always, as we have seen. And same applies to the case with Docker. So Docker basically gives us a huge set of features that would help So it gives us a powerful set of features that, if not configured properly, would make it very easy for attackers to escape out of the container and gain access to the host system. Right? So what really makes these containers possible to run? What makes it possible to make it run in a sandboxed place? So when a container is launched, it has its own host name, its own file system, and so on. So that's because of the fact that these features are given to us by the Linux kernel, right? And in this presentation, we'll be covering about these highlighted features from the Linux kernel, and we'll see how can the DevOps engineers misconfigure them so that we can escape out from a container. The first one is namespace. So what is a namespace? So the Docker uses a technology called namespaces to provide an isolated workspace, which is called the container. So when a new container is spun up, it has its own namespace, which means it has its own host name, its own process, and file system, and so on. Let's look at an example of it. So like for example over here, I have run a Docker container, and I have executed the command IP address show. And if you see that there are two interfaces that are allocated to them. One is a loopback interface, and one is the ETH0 interface, which is a loopback, which is the container interface, right? What we can also do is we can share namespaces from the host system as well as from the other containers, right? So we also have this feature as well, and these are typically used when the engineers want to test out some features or things like that, and trace out some data from the host system, right? So if you can see over here, I have shared the namespace of the host system with the net namespace, and you see that I do an IP address show, and it is seen that the interfaces which are on the host system are also seen within the Docker container. the same thing applies to the PID namespace, which is the process. If you simply run a container and if you run the processes, you would see one process that runs, which is of the ps aux command, right? And if I share the PID of the host system to the container, I can also see the namespaces, the process IDs of the host system, right? So let's move on to storage. So what happens when a container is launched? So when a container is spun up, the host system creates a read-only mount for that container in this path, in the var lib docker path. So if you go to that path, you could see the whole file system of that container basically, and all the configurations are defined in the /etc mtab file. For example, if you see, I have run the docker ps command, which lists all the running containers. You would see around 5 containers that are running, right? And for every container that runs, there are 5 mount points that are created, right? So that's how the storage works, and that's what it means. So the next is control groups. So what does control groups mean, or C groups mean? So they are basically used to keep a limit or tap on the memory and the resources which are occupied by the container. So when you normally launch a container, you give it the whole the access or the hardware access of what the host system actually has. So you can keep a tap on it using these flags, which is the CPU shares flags and the memory flags. And you can also see what the like how the C groups are implemented with the no stream command. So let's see. I have run a container, and you could see that the maximum limit of that container is 15.55 GB, which is by default if you don't allocate it anything, if you don't specify for that particular container, right? So if for example that application that runs on the container has an DOS vulnerability, you could essentially crash the whole system with this, and all the applications that run on that container would also get crashed. So you also need to keep a limit on the containers that you spin. So in the next slide, I have kept a cap of 100 MB for that container, and if you see the first container that runs, which is the restricted mem, it has a cap of 100 MB itself, right? So let's look at few of the security capabilities from the Linux kernel that are taken into Docker. So basically, the ability of the kernel to break down root privileges is called capability. So some of the capabilities are the cap-ch own, the cap-dec override, the cap-net raw, right? So let's keep it easy. So the cap-net raw capability is used by the ping command, right? And we will see of what will happen if we drop this capability, right? So let's see by default how many capabilities are allocated to a container when it's launched. Around 14 capabilities are allocated to a container when it's launched without any flags. But there is a -- privilege flag as well, and when apps don't run properly, many of the engineers just do a -- privilege flag because they know that it will work, and they get full access to all the root privileges which are there by the container, right? And this makes it very easy for an attacker to escape out of the container basically. So let's see an example. Let's see an example of the CapNet raw capability, because we all understand ping very well. So I have run a container without any flags over here, right? And if you go down, you see that we have taken a shell access on the container, and we have tried to execute the ping command, and we have executed the command without any issues, right? Now what I do is drop the CapNet raw privilege. Once I have dropped the CapNet raw privilege, and I have logged into the container and taken a shell access to the container, and I have executed the ping command, you see that I have got that I lack the privilege for raw socket. So when you launch any container, it is best to not give it any capabilities at all, and you should give it only when what is exactly needed by the application. So if it does not need the CapNet raw capability, it is better to remove this from the application that you're running on this container. So this second feature that we'll see is seccomp. So what is seccomp? Seccomp are more or less like the syscalls for the ACLs for syscalls, and they are defined in a JSON file. So some of the syscalls are chmod, chown. They are the system calls which go from the user land to the kernel land, right? And in this particular policy, you have seen that I have allowed all the syscalls except the chmod and chown. And when I run this container with this particular policy, you see when I try and execute the chmod command, I see that the operation is not permitted. Now let's move on to the most interesting part, which is escaping out of Docker containers, right? The first thing we'll see is recon. So now let's assume that we have gained access to an application, and we have found an command injection vulnerability on it, and we have gained access to the container. So at this point, we don't know that if we are inside a container or not. We need to see that. So how do we see? We check the host name first. So the host name is in a hex value. So if the host name is in a hex value, it is most likely that we are inside a container. We check the MAC address. So Docker uses this range as its MAC address, and we can know that, and if the MAC address is assigned, we can know that yes, we are inside a Docker container. Next, we see the list of the processes that are running. Most likely, you would see very few processes that are running inside a Docker container. So it is most likely that we are inside a Docker container. So we see the first process that runs, and we see the cat. We do a cat1, cat proc1 C group, and if you see the keyword Docker inside this file, then yes, you are in a Docker container. Now you know that you are inside a container at this point. What do you do next? You check for the docker.sock file, and that happens because you have mounted the Docker socket from the host system into the container, and that is a misconfiguration, and if it is exploited, could gain access to the host system. We could check for capabilities using the cap sh print command, which would list down all the capabilities that are for the container. And on pen tests, if you come across ports 2375 and 2376, so these are the default Docker daemon ports, you could try and see if they are unauthenticated, and you could execute the commands on the host system which is running this Docker daemon. And we'll also be seeing a video demo for this. So the first misconfiguration is when we use a Docker inside of a Docker container. And this is the command, the misconfiguration that normally happens. So like for example, I will show you a video over here at this point. All right, so I'll just rewind it a bit. Yeah. So we run a container with the flags what I've mentioned in the earlier slide, and we have an application over here. So we found an application that is exploiting a command injection vulnerability, and we have a port listening on 1, 2, 3, 4 to catch the reverse shell, and we exploit this vulnerability because it was very trivial. Right? This should not be the first command which we should run when we want to check if you're inside a container or not. The first command should be host name, but I have run the cap sh print first. So you run the cap sh print command, then the host name we see that it is in hex format. Then we see what is there, then the directory, we see a few Docker files, and we can assume that we are inside a Docker container. We check for the existence of if the Docker socket is mounted or not. Yes, we see it is mounted, and now comes the exploitation part. Right? So now what we need is we need a Docker binary to execute the command which for Dockers. Right? Now we will connect to the socket which is there from the host system, and we can execute the command from the host system. So we get the Docker binary and we extract it. If you see, we have connected to the Unix socket of the host system which was mounted. And if we do a Docker ps command, we can see the containers that are running. The next step what we'll do is we'll try and gain access to the file system of the host. So what we do is we mount the file system of the host to the path which we have access to on a container. So we launch one more container, right? And we have a path called host2 on which we will mount the host system, the file system of the host. And then once we do that, we just need to change the root to host2, which would contain the file system of the host. So if I do a cat etc hostname, I am basically inside the file system of the host, and you can see that I have gained access to the host system. I can also see the cat etc shadow files. You can see the shadow file over here, which is from the host system. How was that? Did you enjoy it? Yeah. So I have two more demos at this point. The next demo that we have, okay, so this was tweeted by Felix Wilhelm in July, and this was a one-liner container escape. This looks very mystical, and we do not really know how it and what it does. And we will try and demystify this in the upcoming slides. So this one-liner basically exploits the abuses the notify on release file, the feature in the C group, to exploit as a fully privileged user. So we will see what it means. So let's see what the kernel documentation says. So by default, this flag is set to 0 in the notify on release. Now what happens if we set it to 1? So when we set it to 1 and all the process are pruned or removed, then the control moves back to the root of the C group. Now this seems a bit confusing. I will try and explain this with the help of a diagram. Right? So we have all the C groups, and we have these files within these C groups. So we have an RDMA C group over here, and what this exploit does, it creates a child C group like this, right? And it creates a file called the notify on release flag as 1, and we have we also create the cgroup.procs file, which contains the list of tasks, right? And what happens if we empty all the processes within this? The path or the control moves onto the release agent file, which is in the root directory. So that's what is defined in the kernel, kernel documentation as well. So we will see in this exploit of how this is done. So initially the release.agent file is empty in the C group, right? And we have to write it with the mount point of the host system, and we can find that in the /etc empty tab. We extract that out and we write the command that we want to execute. If we want to execute hostname, we would write hostname in this file. And we'll see a video. So now let's assume that we have gained So now let's assume that we have gained a root access to that container via some command injection vulnerability. Okay, and we do a cap sh print to check what are the capabilities, and we see a whole lot of capabilities, which is and that's why we should not run the container with the dash privilege flag over here. So what do we do next? So we find where the release.agent file is located, and we see that it is in the RDMA control group. Then we see the contents inside it. We see the contents of the procs. We see that the two tasks are currently running, which is 1 and 12 process IDs. We see the value in the release.agent file, which is null, and we need to fill it with the value we want. And now since we have more capabilities, we can edit this file, and if we did not have, we could not have made changes to this file. The notify on release in the root path of that C group is 0, and we see the value from the etc mtab, which is there on the host system, just mounted on the host system. Right? So first, we find the path of the release agent, and we store it in this value. We find that the path is there in the RDMA C group, as we have seen, and that's what even the exploit also does. We make a new child C group using the make dir command, and we put the value as 1 in the notify on release flag, and that's what will move the control to the root of the C group to make us execute the command that we want. We extract, we create one file to save the output, which is the output file, and we append the contents, the command we want to run, which would execute as the root user on the host system, which is the hostname command. We give it executable privileges, right? And next is we empty or prune all the tasks in the cgroup.procs, which is in the child C group. So once that is done, the control would move onto the root directory, and the command which is there in the release.agent file would be executed, which is done. And if we do a cat output, we would see that the host name is successfully outputted into this file. Right. So that was the explanation of the one-liner which was given to us by Felix. And in the end, the last escape, we look at of how to exploit an unauthenticated Docker API. So we have a video for that as well. That's a short one. Right. So we are on a /24 network, and we scan for port 2375 to find if we have any Docker daemons running. We now see that it is an unauthenticated daemon that's running, and we can connect to it and list all the containers and do other tasks as well. And we will be exploiting this right now. We see that all the containers that have ever been run on the host system, and now we exploit it in a similar way that we have exploited the insecure volume mounts. So we mount the file system of the host into the container that we launch. The host name currently you see is in hex, which means we have launched a container, and we have access to that container. And as soon as we change the ch root to host, we can see that we have access to the file system of the host. So what about the basic hardening? So we should always make sure that we run containers as a non-root user. So what all configuration that I've showed over here, all the containers ran as a root user. So it is always good to map users and use them as non-root when you run a container. Do not run the container with the privileged flag. As we have seen, the simple one-liner escape, and it is very simple to escape out from a container with the -- privileged flag. We should always allocate a cap on the hardware resources for all containers that we have, right? And we should allocate only the required capabilities that are needed for the container. And we should always run the daemons as authenticated and not unauthenticated. And one tool that I always recommend is to use Docker Bench to do an audit and CIS benchmark to find the misconfigurations that you have done on the container. These are the references that I have used. And any questions?
Any questions from the audience?
I have a really simple question,
yeah,
but I'm pretty sure it's an important one. What is the basic use of containers? Why the enterprise and many organizations are moving into virtualization, more specifically Docker containers?
That's a very good question. And so when you run an application with a single VM, you have that VM. You have around 2 to 4 GB for that VM, and you have all the things which you don't need for an application to run. So you have a very big image for the things which you don't even run, right? And when you launch that VM, the RAM that it occupies is large, because if you run a Windows 7 or server or a 2008 server, that would need around 2 GB of RAM, right? Whereas you can launch multiple applications if you run that application in a single container. So what it basically does is you take an application, you take what are the required things it needs for that application to run, and you create a small image out of that, and you run only that image, which would need around 200 MB or something. So you have cut down around 1/10 of the resource that you would need in a traditional VM, and that's the reason why many organizations are moving towards containers.
Any more questions from the audience? Then we'll head to the Slido.
Yeah. Are there more efficient ways to monitor container attacks besides syscalls? So we don't okay. So syscalls are like ACLs. We don't use it for monitoring purposes, right? So what we could basically do is when we launch a container, we could have we could have things to check if the container runs with the privilege flag, and we could also see if it has the socket which is mounted from the host system, and if it has, which it means that it is not running in a secure way. So these are good ways to see if you are not running a container properly. And syscalls are just a way to reduce the attack surface. They are not used to do monitoring. So I would say that. How would you detect when a Docker container escape is being attempted and or successful? So I would go back to the explanation that I gave previously, right? I would always say to do a base hardening check to see what are the capabilities that are assigned to the container, and if the container is assigned a mount socket from the host system or not, right? and I would always use the CS benchmark audit file using the Docker bench tool, which would give me a list of misconfigurations that are running, that exist on that container. What kind of environments would you have to rule out using Docker due to security tasks present regardless of the existing recommendations? What kind of environments? What does this mean? Anyone who has asked this question? What kind of environments? So, I mean, these days I have seen many financial organizations as well. They have implemented payment systems on Docker, and even other kind of organizations as well. So I don't see any reason why you would not move to containers. How would you come across Docker breakouts which do not rely on misconfigurations? So these are basically vulnerabilities that you would find in the kernel level, such as the CVE for the Kubernetes that had come last year. That was used to gain access without the any misconfiguration that's needed. So the run-C vulnerability that came out a few months back as well can be used to escape out from the container, and that can be done without any misconfiguration. Why was the hostname in hex? So that's what the containers have its hostname in. So mostly it is in hex format. There is so that's what the documentation says, that it should be in hex format. So yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you, Suraj. Since
Thank
you were so forthcoming with your start, I was not able to address you properly to the audience, so I hope you can excuse me for that.
That's okay.
Can I please have one more applause for Suraj Khatami? Miloš Merjak.
Hello, thanks for coming to my talk. The background of my talk is essentially like once in a time looking at basically security, how it should be on a laptop. Because if I look around, people essentially kind of seem to have capitulated about securing laptops. So I did some thinking about the problem, and this is basically a slide set with my thoughts around that. So my background is in the open hardware, open software community. And I did various projects around RFID, some access control systems, some art installation with blinking lights, RFID tracking systems, and Xbox hacking. And I'm also always been interested in chip security, photography, and in my previous job at ARM, I was developing hypervisors for microcontrollers. So to understand better where I'm coming from, let me give you a quick overview of kind of the threats I'm interested in, and then let's see basically how we can address these in an ideally simple way. Yeah, I need to keep pressing this button. Okay. So, although I think you are very aware of traditional malware on laptops, so I won't bore you with that, like traditional application-based malware. So the type of malware that I'm interested in is the one that is A, hard to spot, and B, very hard to remove. So for example, this type of malware, for example, as discovered around 2018, becomes resident in one of the many non-volatile memories in your system. And even if you reinstall Windows and even if you reinstall all software, if you exchange your hard disk, you will still have that basically malware running. And whenever you install a new Windows, it will again compromise that during the boot. And also, I think worth noticing on this type of malware is that this is not state-level actors, but most likely like private hackers that essentially just became more and more sophisticated over the years. So to talk about the other side of the coin is nation-state actors. And here we have a very similar picture. So essentially infection of non-volatile memories in, for example, servers, and again becoming resident even after exchanging hard disks, even in a sense bypassing security concepts like, for example, hard disk encryption, because like if I have enough money, then I can develop essentially malware that runs in like this invisible or most invisible system management mode, where basically even while the operating system is running, I can perform basically modification or backdooring of the system. So this documentation is from 2008. So you can rest assured that that type of technology either trickled down already or is trickling down again to private actors. And so the other thing which keeps popping up is like how often do you leave your laptop unattended, for example, when you're traveling, right? So like if you go swimming, for example, in a hotel, of course you won't take your laptop, right? Like nobody with a sane mind can expect from you to take your laptop while you are swimming. Nobody can expect, for example, to always take your laptop while going to the toilet. Like people can ask for that, but reality is people won't do it. They just leave it, whatever, in a cafe with a locked screen. And turns out that even having a laptop for less than 5 minutes unattended, I can perform these kind of backdooring by infecting non-volatile memories. And because once I got access, it's unclear how that access propagates. It's unclear essentially how to recover from that, unless you know exactly what the malware does, and that is usually very hard to analyze because the malware is usually gone after basically the infection has been done and the final payload deployed to your system. So I think we all seen basically numerous news articles, like for example the fake news Bloomberg article, but there are some security researchers that essentially try to see, okay, like what is the effort of infecting a system? Like if I have briefly access to it, what type of hardware can I deploy to compromise the system? And again, turns out it's pretty straightforward because like today's microcontrollers, they have not only flash memory included, so non-volatile storage, they have RAM, they can generate clocks, so I need basically no external components to use these kinds of chips, and this is, in this slide, is a pretty naive approach where a comparably big chip is used, but let's say if we would be serious about that type of attack, there are better ways, which also will be close to invisible on X-ray, by, for example, using Z-conductive tape. We can glue chip dies and the telltale on X-ray, where we, for example, would see bonding wires and the pins, they would be completely gone in that hardware. And also the chip dies these days are in square millimeters, so not like basically like this nearly centimeter by centimeter device. Essentially, in a summary, like we have basically like traditional or simple malware that runs usually on the main CPU. It might run in the system management mode where it's very hard to detect, or like I think this type of attack, it's called blue pill attack, is also well known since 20 years or so, where basically I run the operating system essentially inside a hypervisor compartment. But for advanced malware, we have much better opportunities here. So for example, any of these points that I list here, like SSD network, Intel management mode, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, WAN, Thunderbolt adapter, SD card, USB devices, that's not just an educated guess. These are all real examples from the past 10, 15 years of security research where people did prove that to infect basically these deeply embedded devices which are not obvious to normal users, like the bad USB attacks. For example, one of my favorites, this ICU attack, where in a MacBook, essentially they were not just able to become resident on the camera, which gives you essentially USB access to your machine, so you can do remote control effectively, but also turning off essentially the LED indication that someone is eavesdropping or watching your activity. And also recently, I think whenever like the previous attacks were essentially what I would call either supply chain attacks or attacks during the life cycle of the device. But I think in today's products, we need to realistically admit that we have to think about supply chain in a much wider sense that we are used to. So supply chain for me definitely would include software updates, because like whenever I have a critical device, I would of course expect software updates for at least like 2 years during the warranty, and ideally a bit longer, so I can recover essentially from being vulnerable on the internet with my devices. And for example, it has been demonstrated, for example, with Asus, that someone hijacked Asus software distribution servers for a very, very targeted attack. Essentially, there were essentially a list of hashes of MAC addresses, and only for a list of like 50 or 100 MAC addresses, the malware would become active. So this is basically, I think it's interesting like from 2 aspects. One is basically what level of effort makes sense for example, most likely nation state actor in this case, to compromise like 100 computers by essentially hijacking the servers of essentially a big computer company. But it also shows that actually we are not in control of our hardware anymore, right? Because like if I have a clean installation of my Windows computer, so even if I take my laptop as a bind install, reinstall Windows from the original basically Microsoft images, it will pick up on that this is an Asus computer, and it will install Asus drivers and application software that will run privileged on my laptop. So I'm not basically in control of like who executes software on my computers. And to that extent, of course, like in order to run an Asus laptop, I of course need a huge amount of drivers, and they also run like privileged, and this allows me, for example, to then become resident on the machine and like uninstall my infection path. So what's the takeaway then? Should we just capitulate? I think you are on a security conference, and I think what everyone of us did see is like all the cool kids have like these stickers on their webcams, which I personally like. I don't care very much about my webcam. What I care much more is, for example, my audio interfaces. So if someone can basically covertly record my communication, and like even disabling Wi-Fi access doesn't stop an attacker from that, right? Because I have infinite storage on the machine, so I can essentially record basically all the time, and whenever I briefly get network connectivity or I see a USB flash drive, I can exfiltrate that data to possible attackers. So this is one way, just giving up and attaching stickers. There are some cases, I think if you Google for it, I've seen there was a German computer magazine that went through the effort, like removing microphone chips and whatnot from the laptop, but that is not something we can realistically expect from normal users. On top of that, also the threat model is completely broken. So people usually are very obsessed about integrity of the bottom part of the laptop. But for example, what very few people realize that, for example, if I can just take off my display frame, I have access to USB interface. I can replace, for example, the USB webcam, because the camera in the top of your laptop is usually USB based. I can replace it by malicious hardware and even use the same USB ID so it becomes undetected even on a corporate laptop. So it's very hard to protect basically contemporary laptop because people fail to understand which part of the laptop is problematic. And for that, essentially, what I just like to give you is a quick overview of basically how complex that problem is. So I took apart essentially the laptop you see here in this presentation, and just to give you an idea. So the example I'm currently working on is the Lenovo ThinkPad Carbon X1, 7th generation, which just came out like 1 or 2 months ago. And the idea is that basically creating a software which secures this specific laptop. And by latching on a laptop that is just fresh on the market, my expectation is that for the next 12 months, we can keep on buying this laptop. And for example, if you're interested in joining this development process, then I invite you to get one of these and then benefit from the findings that we can jointly have. So this is essentially how the laptop looks like once you open it. The choice of this specific laptop was intentional. For example, it has interesting features like, for example, the RAM being soldered to the main board. It's not just soldered, but it's glued with really nasty glue that doesn't really go off if you even heat the chip to high degrees. And that directly really makes the attacker's life painful to perform cold boot attacks. Because of the length of the talk, I won't be able to go into that, but this is type of the threats that I'm interested in. Like if I have disk encryption, how can I get hold of the key? And a cold boot attack is of interest for me, and therefore what I acknowledge here positively is that, for example, the module has footprints around the 4 memory chips that allows me to solder a metal shield over that and underfill that metal shield with epoxy. So I can even increase that level of security if I want. But on the downside, what I discovered when doing that research, there is a magic button which is reachable by pinhole, and with that I can bypass the shutdown procedure, which simplifies cold boot attacks if I would be able to pull them off via DMA or similar. So here we see one of the core security features of this laptop, which is the so-called trusted platform module. That trusted platform module is tied in with anti-tamper features. For example, it can block security keys when basically the lid is taken off. It's like a very basic security measure. If you know what the chip is, of course, you can bypass it. But again, you slow down the attacker. And for example, a 5-minute attack is absolutely unlikely with this laptop. So you can just increase the effort. So for example, if you go, for example, through a border control with your laptop, that kind of attack with some other features I will explain in a few slides will be much less likely. And second, this chip is a custom development by Lenovo. So on the top, you see basically the chip ID. If you remove the epoxy of the chip and use a microscope, it's some customized chip, which seems to be a fairly high security. It's highly integrated, fairly complex. It has the anti-tamper features we expect on chip level. It has security measures that, for example, would detect active attacks while the chip is powered. And further on, even if the battery runs totally empty, it's buffered by a coin cell, which is seen yellow on the bottom. And it detects the removal of the battery, so it would forget essentially its secret and therefore make this type of attack uninteresting. So here is the same mainboard with a few more components removed. The interesting feature here is that we have two types of non-volatile flashes. We yet need to analyze this security measures. So the suspicion is that the big flash, of course, is holding the computer's BIOS, essentially two copies of it. So if one crashes, it can fall back to the other. But the other memory, my best guess is it's used for saving settings, like for example, public key pairs for secure boot and whatnot. So, but I still need to dump these memories. So on the back side, it's a bit more crazy. So there are at least 3-4 custom chips which are special for Lenovo laptops. Some of them, even though they have a custom lasering of Lenovo and ThinkPad and ThinkEngine and whatnot, turns out that some of them actually are microchip from the company Microchip microcontrollers. But again, like very, very highly integrated. So we realistically suspect like several megabytes of code just being hidden in these chips total. And it makes a lot of sense because like in a modern laptop, for example, one of the things you need to do is, for example, power management, right? So by very quickly switching between different power levels and frequencies, you can use much less power, right? And it's impossible to do that in software, so usually this is outsourced in these special microcontrollers, which are then made for the purpose. But the problem, of course, is also like a very vulnerable place to be, because if I have full control over the power management, I can suddenly do things like bypassing secure boot and whatnot, because with glitching, I can then affect the execution of code on these laptops. So therefore, for me, it's not desirable to have the code changed. And if the code is changed, I have no chance finding out about it, because what I expect is copy protection bits to be set, and the effort for extracting that firmware would be high. But realistically, let's say if I'm willing to spend, let's say $4,000 to $6,000 for each of the chips, I can have the firmware extracted. So there is this one really highly integrated, like more integrated than any others, this weird complex stacked dice thing in the top right corner. So that basically chip just broke into pieces when I did the decapping, because it was like not just like multiple levels of chip directly soldered on top of each other, which is something I've never seen. So it's not a classical package on package where you then have bonding wires and connecting basically to chips, but they were like directly soldered on top of each other, which we need to develop a method on how to get these apart without breaking it into pieces. But this one was crazy complex and also very big. So I think this alone is probably megabytes of code running inside that. So all in all, we see like, even let's say hypothetically, if we would spend, let's say half a man year or more in verifying the security of that, we would not learn even half of the potential problems of that. So long story short, this is something which we need to capitulate right now. That is something we can't address, and I have some thoughts on how we can make this problem less impactful. So the housing itself is pretty nice. It's magnesium based, so it's very light, but metal. So it protects automatically because it's highly conductive against foil injection attacks, and also probably makes side channel attacks for extracting cryptographic keys harder. So all in all, I think that is, this is plus. And there is a fingerprint sensor. I'm not sure if we do anything with it, because traditionally we don't trust fingerprint sensors very much, because there are a lot of attacks which usually the sensor won't be able to distinguish, where we basically are able to take off fingerprints from glasses and whatnot and create fingerprint templates to bypass the type of sensor. So Whether we make use of that is TBD. So now let's have a look at my thoughts on how could we get some trust back. So I don't want these stickers on my laptop. That's just silly because it just tells myself and everybody else that I just gave up control of my hardware. So disclaimer, anyone can create a security system that they themselves can't break. So this is certainly true for me. So I can create a nice security system which I can't break, but that doesn't mean that a 12-year-old kid in Norway can't break that overnight. So there's the disclaimer. But if we basically step back, what kind of like the high-level requirements can we post on this laptop? So A, the laptop is not supposed to look special. If it has like the ports glued shut, if it has like weird bulges with additional anti-tamper features, it doesn't go well. Like people see this is a special laptop and people will want that. Like we don't want that. We want to look as a normal person. We don't want to sit in an airport where we use the latest CubeOS. I will explain what CubeOS is. With different colors and whatnot, and telling people, okay, like either like I'm a tinfoil hat or I'm doing important stuff. So this is not something what I want to have for my users. And I also don't want to be smug about security and saying, okay, like, yeah, if you want security, you have to use Linux because Windows is doomed anyway. Like, this is not the way. So what you need to do is like you need to reach to your users and make sure like if they want to use Windows, they can use it safely, but it's our responsibility to make it as painless as possible to do that. Then in order to make sure that the user does not leave the laptop unattended very often, it needs to be better, light, small, so I actually have a standing chance to schlepping it around effectively. So ultra portable for the X1, just to give you a number, it's like sub 1 kilogram. So it's like super, super light, and but yet it's insanely powerful. Then I don't want to trust my Windows updates because like when I install some application software, I have just no control over what is going on there, right? So what I want to have is like, for example, in an enterprise environment, somebody that has a second pair of eyes on my network traffic. And how cool would it be if that second pair of eyes will also exist while I'm traveling, right? If I have a trusted second pair of eyes that, for example, is able to watch my network traffic and detect malicious activity or someone talking back to a command control server, or, for example, trying to do weird things over my USB interface while I'm charging my laptop, right? This is all stuff like a user should not be bothered with. That should go away, right? And one of the solutions I identified is to create basically this trust and security virtualizations. I will go into that into detail in the next slides. And once I have that laptop and it's tied to me, I can't send it in anymore for repair. Like at this point, I'm on my own. So if the thing breaks, warranty left or right, I can't send it in. Not gonna happen. So what I need to be able to do, I need to have a reasonable chance to repair my laptop. So for enterprise environment, of course, it's easier. If, for example, like normal repair activity, like replacing a screen or a disk, can be done by IT. And if we look at generally at enterprise laptops, they come with manuals that explain how do I exchange parts that break. So I can do like some baseline maintenance of these myself. If my keyboard breaks, I can swap that keyboard. It takes me some time, but I can have it done by trusted party. So I think this is, an important aspect. I want to minimize attack surface as much as possible, just removing unused crap. So I don't have to worry about what might basically be hidden in like gigabytes of application software or in operating systems. And to solve and address the problem of not being able to take basically my 1 kg laptop swimming, right? Because I still have that problem. I want to have a physical crypto token. If I unplug that, the laptop should go into basically a disk suspend, and then basically the secrets are concentrated around basically that key. So if I unplug that key, the only thing I need to worry about that is A, that before I plug in that laptop, that key back into my laptop, that I verified anti-tamper features, which I will explain in a second. And basically at that point, I enter my password, but without the key, it's impossible to decrypt the data on it. And essentially do as many factors as possible. So in this case, 3 factors. So in summary, essentially, the supply chain attacks we can basically make much harder by not ordering the laptop online. Like if I'm a person of interest, then instead of buying it on Amazon and risk supply chain attacks, I would go to brick and mortar stores. So I myself, I'm not so interesting, I guess, so I would just go into my local city, just not around the corner, but whatever, 2 blocks further. But for someone that really cares, might even have to buy it in a different city or in another country. So there has been precedents, without going into details, for the SCADA attacks that local suppliers were compromised with infected USB sticks. So this is, I think, a credible threat. And by just buying the stuff in cash, I also can hide what did I buy in the end of the day from basically a brick and mortar store, and they might not know the precise version and the origin of, let's say, my ThinkPad laptop. And then I want to perform additional hardening. So for secure boot, like for very old platforms, you might be able to use core boot and completely replace the BIOS. But for modern platforms, you would go for UEFI. And you would just basically, there are possibilities to remove modules from the UEFI BIOS to become inactive if you don't need them. So we can, again, reduce attack surface, basically buy, for example, an SKU of the laptop without remote management interface and so on. But secure boot, I think, for most people is good enough, as long as we protect settings, data, in the boot process. And then basically the key difference is that instead of trying to protect an operating system, which is like, let's say, 100 gigabytes big, like I don't have a chance to find security holes in that. I have a tiny, slim operating system. In our case, I recommend Linux, which runs invisibly under Windows and can perform all these verifications. We'll see that in a second. And then we want to use modern security features like IOMMU to even protect against malicious hardware that might have DMA busmaster attacks, or if someone could bypass, for example, the BIOS settings, for example, and uses, for example, malicious Thunderbolt adapters and whatnot. So IOMMU is useful there, and we better use that. And basically, inside this trusted shell, we then run our untrusted OS. And again, to not annoy the user, we want the one thing that we want to give the user not virtualized is the GPU, because it's just painful if I go to a conference, connect my laptop, and it doesn't recognize the screen, right? I want to use HDMI. I want to switch resolutions and whatnot, so I better have the native driver. But because of the IOMMU, I have protection of my trusted operating system against DMA attacks that would otherwise result in a leakage of keys or other information, or actually compromising of my hardened OS. And as time and time was shown in the last years, the disk encryption in Windows is inherently untrusted. So Microsoft now is stepping a huge way back, and for BitLocker, they will disable the hardware disk encryption, I think, in a month or so, because they just capitulated. There were too many bad eggs in SSD manufacturers where they messed up the implementation. There was a big paper that was published like half a year ago where they basically just hacked like 5 or 6 major SSD disks and were able to extract the secrets either from the disk or perform hot swap attacks where I basically unplug the SSD disk while it's running, and turns out the disk is unencrypted at this point and I can read out all the data. So long story short, even Microsoft is giving up on that, but still, like, rather than just doing this cat and mouse, I want to understand what my encryption does, and I want to be sure that it's very hard to crack the user's password. And with Linux disk encryption, LUX2, there are very modern password hashing algorithms which defeat essentially GPU cracking and are like super slow in cracking farms. So basically I need to spend like one physical computer to have approximately 2 guesses per second, even if the thing has like 8 CPUs. And if I want to guess faster, I need more computers. So it becomes quickly very painful for the attacker to break even trivial passwords. So one of my favorite countermeasures, which is very low effort, is basically nail polish. So we can use fancy glitter. And the idea is, we cover the screw holes and the screws with that. And like if you ever had a screw with lacquer cover, it's like super painful to do anything with it. So you have to scratch it off and it just takes ages. But on top of that, you can do very smart things. So you use glitter with microstructure. And then you can basically do a blink comparison, it's called, where you essentially take, you have one reference picture after you apply this coating and it dried. And then, for example, if you come back from a business trip or from a holiday, you perform this optical verification where you take another photo from the same angle and then just flip quickly back and forward between the 2 images, and all differences between these 2 images will result in movement. It's a pretty nice attack. A pretty nice countermeasure. We implemented that, for example, with our X-ray imaging system to just quickly understand the changes between 2 basically complex devices. But this is something which is perfectly user accessible. The only thing you need is a normal phone, and make sure to basically once you bought the computer, the first thing you do, you would attach this nail polish. So this is, in my opinion, way cooler than stupid stickers on your laptop. And you see basically at that point, if you assume that you got basically the laptop from an anonymous source, like a brick and mortar store, in combination with the nail polish, you can continue trusting that device. So the thing I will talk about next, which is this virtualization-based security, is definitely not new. So for example, Microsoft started basically launching that as a research project already, I think 2008 or so. And essentially the idea is to have an hypervisor and everything that I care about, for example, encryption routines, for example, my SSL protocol handling and whatnot, I move into different domain. And the kernel running in this different hypervisor domain, I can make much slimmer because it does not need to talk to hardware. And if I can dramatically reduce the code base of my kernel, so instead of having like many megabytes of kernel, I can have, for example, let's say a megabyte or 2 of kernel, which is also then have a standing chance to perform a decent security verification. And the core aspects like the protocol, I can even formally verify. And others did an amazing job on that. Like someone that did it very consequently is like this Mirage OS. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, I highly recommend reading about that. Essentially, they not just performed verification on a mathematical level of protocols, but they also applied it to real-world protocols like SSL. So it's provably securely implemented. And on top of that, they run these small trustlet in hypervisor compartments. So this is a freely available operating system that you can just download and run on hypervisor platforms. On the top of that, of the page, you see 2 images of CubeOS, and this is like the geeky versions. If you're a Linux person, you probably have CubeOS installed. You get fancy stuff like different borders for different windows, and for example, let's say the red border window can only exchange data with the other red border windows, but it's not something I can realistically explain to, let's say, my parents, and it's certainly not something I can explain to an average Joe employee. So if someone wants to use Windows again, like, let's basically try to make an effort to have decent security. So what we have now is essentially these hypervisor compartments. And the latest CPUs have basically this feature called VTD. It's a virtualization that allows pass-through of the graphics card. So I can basically like pass through the graphics card to my virtual client, and I lose negligible performance from that, which is pretty cool. And the IOMMU protects me against other devices that might try to perform DMA access. So if, for example, I would be forced to add additional peripherals into that domain, I can perform this IOMMU protection. And for example, if someone, for example, tries to exploit Thunderbolt or other interfaces, at least on some machines, IOMMU is correctly implemented, and it would be fine because it would filter out like a firewall these types of communication to a domain that does not own peripheral currently. So the external USB crypto token, there is a various range. We basically originally tried to use YubiKey, which probably many of you will know, but it turns out that for market segmentation reasons, they made the stupid choice to disable secure messaging. So I can't unfortunately go into details with that, but essentially it allows me eavesdropping on my unlock secrets, which is unacceptable because I want to be sure that even accidentally the employee can't lose the cryptographic secret inside that stick. So this is something we need to take a guarantee for granted, that like only the person that has the crypto key in their possession can unlock the computer. It should not be possible to clone it. But with absence of secure messaging, we don't see a good way for doing that. And external interfaces like LTE, Wi-Fi, and USB, we want to protect in depth. So for example, in Linux, there is a USB guard project, which is very easy to use, which essentially not just detects vendor product IDs of USB devices, but also detects the type and any even minute changes on the behavior of the USB descriptors will be reliably detected, and I can basically disable these devices before they even are connected to my virtual compartment. Then for my hardened Linux system, I can do whatever I want in terms of file system. So in Linux, there are two major projects, which is dmcrypt and dmverity. dmcrypt is for encrypting disks. dmverity is for ensuring that on a block level, no changes has been done to the file system, and I can tie that into my trusted platform module and identify changes before even a password is unlocked from the TPM or the USB device, which is pretty cool. Then on top of that, I want a user password, because if someone can steal the USB key from me, I still want to be safe. And by having a user password, I can do the so-called plausible deniability system, because many of you, I think, face the situation where in a border control, you need to show that your laptop works. You certainly don't want to show the border guard your laptop with your actual work system. So you want to essentially show the border guard a different compartment which doesn't have any critical software, right? Or data stored on it. So this is called plausible deniability, and by just entering a different password, I can basically branch the key derivation to basically have two options for two completely separate Windows systems that also don't leak between each other. So this looks scary, but it's pretty straightforward. So the orange part is the hypervisor domain, and as you can see, basically the red arrows that go across essentially to the blue hardened Linux part, these are all virtualized interfaces. There's no direct access to any hardware by the virtualized system, only the graphics chip. And by using then specialized drivers like these VirtIO drivers, this doesn't come at a performance cost. Right? So we don't have to virtualize these components. We use these VirtIO drivers that we can install in Windows, and they give basic direct access to keyboard, touchpad, sound, USB camera. But the beauty here is that whenever basically I'm in a trusted environment, I can ask the hardened Linux system to unplug sound and, for example, webcam, to not be even visible to the Windows system, right? So I can have policies around that. And the disk, essentially as far as Windows is concerned, is unencrypted, but the Linux system below that actually does basically multiple levels of encryption. One is the Linux LUX2 encryption, and on the bottom end, just as an anti-tamper feature, the technically not very secure Opal encryption as it's currently used in BitLocker systems. And with that, I can have basically an instant wipe of the system in case, for example, I feel threatened or in case we have advanced temper events. And on the right side, you see the secure USB token. And I can not only use it for the volume encryption, but I can also use it to store my VPN credentials and my disk encryption key derivation or part of it inside that. So when I unplug that, like there is no way I can retrieve these keys. And in Windows, I have direct access to the GPU, but even the mainboard is out, basically. Even the mainboard is emulated by QEMU. So none of the non-volatile memories, nothing is directly accessible. It's all emulated by the hypervisor, and like no changes can basically leak back into my system. And on top of that, I can do cool things like having snapshots. That's, for example, when I'm traveling, I can make sure even if I catch malware briefly, I can revert on a block level to a previous version. So even if, for example, I want to try out a software that I don't trust, I can basically in, for example, QEMU, just roll back to a previous snapshot and have block by block the same version that I had, for example, this morning. So there's no way a malware can become resident in this scenario. So there's one weakness here, which is the USB camera. So right now, the USB camera would be connected directly. So there is some basic security with USB guard to detect if the camera suddenly turns into a keyboard or something. But I would regard this security as, let's say, medium security. In order to fix that, actually, what we would need is kind of a firewall for USB. So to my knowledge, it does not exist yet. That is something, if we would be really serious about security, which we would like to implement. But other than that, I think it's pretty secure. So if we, for example, add anti-tamper features, for example, with the nail polish onto the screen bezel as well, I think we are in a good situation. Okay, so the last two slides, just to prove that the thing is not just made up in my sick brain. You can download the slides later. And what you find here is basically the actual configuration of QEMU to run that system. It took me like more than 100 hours to get that running, so I hope it gives you some head start. And essentially what you see here is, for example, line by line, that, for example, a native QEMU instance is started with basically a classic BIOS, not basically UEFI BIOS. It's an older mainboard that is emulated. The hypervisor detection is suppressed. So as far as Windows is concerned, it's not running in a hypervisor. And basically the second line, this device, VFIO PCI, is basically all the magic you need to insert the graphics card into a virtual machine, and that has some additional complexity, like we need to reverse engineer the built-in BIOS, extract the VGA BIOS from that because it's compiled in, it's an integrated chipset, but once we extracted that, we can pass that to QEMU and boot a system which correctly initializes the graphics driver and is able to boot Windows. So the other two aspects which are interesting, for example, here mouse and keyboard support is directly tied to the built-in keyboard and built-in track point. So if, for example, you would add a USB keyboard and mouse, it would not affect this system, which is pretty neat. And then to make sure that we have decent security, we also want to give the system access to the hardware random number generator, the time, and we want to pass through, in the last two lines, the webcam, which is this NEC USB X HCI, where we actually emulate a USB controller. And to round things up, when you install that USB image that we were running here, what you need to do is you briefly boot the system with VGA emulation. So you have basically a visible screen. You can perform all the installation. You can install the Intel graphics drivers. And once Intel graphics drivers are installed, you can reboot in the configuration of the previous slide. But essentially, this like prepare target in the make file is essentially meant to connect both the Windows installation CD and the virtual I/O drivers that are necessary for getting high-speed access to disk and network. And again, we are connecting the webcam to make sure that the drivers are installed. And we temporarily create here this VGA display, which runs essentially in Linux, even remotely. The other commands, just for reference, are, for example, snapshot commands. We can list all snapshots. We can have named snapshots. It's essentially like Git, but for operating systems, which is pretty sweet. So I won't bore you with that, but essentially, Windows boots in 3 to 4 seconds, which is pretty sweet. And it's just like as quick as a normal system. And the only pain was the instruction of this UEFI BIOS, keyboard and mouse support. Like I try to explain my kids that, have a look, like I have this Windows computer, and if I type stuff, it appears on the screen, and I can even move the mouse. They failed to understand why I was excited about that. But that is one of the things that you start to appreciate after 100 hours of staring at the black screen. And yeah, so the decapping imaging, it's way more thorough than basically the few examples I gave you about decapping the chips. So we will do more work on that. So the further steps, I basically skip over that. So one of the things which are interesting to make it useful, I want to pass the Wi-Fi configuration into Windows. So essentially what I need to implement is a server process where I can basically change the Wi-Fi configuration while I'm traveling. And the other thing is, instead of using YubiKey, I identified this Java Jacob card. They are super cheap, and you can run your own code on a very secure controller, and you can implement essentially any type of security you want in your USB key. And what I found is basically keychain-sized readers where I can plug in this Jacob card and have it on a keychain. So with that, I have also trusted USB crypto token rather than having like a broken by design YubiKey. Okay, so questions. So sorry for overrunning, but I'm the last talk, so I hope I had your patience. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And yeah, of course, we are hiring. So Zenit Labs allowed me to destroy a $2,000 laptop for performing this decapping. So this is one of the benefits of working for Zenit Labs. So like, it's a very supportive environment. So if you're interested, please contact me.
Any questions from the audience? None yet? Then we'll head to the Slido.
Yes, so have phones been the target of physical attacks? How similar, different is the threat model compared to a laptop? So that's a very good question. Unfortunately, on phones, we can't perform this type of countermeasures. The reason is that on modern phones, we don't have access to secure boot process. When you buy a modern phone, the secure boot is fused to manufacturer-endorsed code, and that essentially allows you only to run code after essentially the hypervisor is already running. So it turns out that modern phones run a hypervisor for example, supporting real-time communication and baseband operation. But unfortunately, like for an existing phone, you can't do anything. The only thing you can do is build your own phone, which is coincidentally something that Dark Matter is doing. But like, unfortunately, this is the best answer. Like a phone, you are done for. You can just pick your poison, and that's it. What about just not switching to Linux and learn Linux plus not installing any unknown hardware and buying unknown laptop models? How to check hardware your PC laptop is running? So again, like once your laptop was exposed for a certain time, I think there's not much you can do anymore. So you have to hope, or at some point, like say, okay, from this point I start trusting the laptop. and then like very carefully inspect stuff. But even on a Linux system, this is incredibly hard. So like some of you might have noticed that, for example, if you have a modern Linux distribution, it not just updates the software, but it also happens to update your firmware that runs on your mainboard. So basically downloads firmware updates that are applied on the next reboot. Also basically various hardware like modems and whatnot are also silently updated by Linux. So unless you basically create your own distribution, I don't believe you can do that. Or maybe there are some super paranoid distributions, but in many of these cases, their threat model probably is not your threat model. So like whatever you have, you need to see whether they are worried about the same things that you are worried. What about external keyloggers that are connected to keyboard? So that is the beauty of the external security module. So hypothetically, someone watches me with a camera typing my hard disk password. Because there is this additional feature required, the TPM that's built in the laptop, and the external security token, unless they have bypassed the security of both of them, they won't be able to unlock that disk. So even if someone watches you, locks your keyboard, like they can't do anything with it. Is physical hardening of one's machine something worthwhile to consider, such as applying tamper-resistant seals to screw joints, maybe? Yes, absolutely. So like I have a very mean idea to just mess with forensic specialists. So imagine you would be evil enough to put an accelerometer in your desktop machine. So, and then basically they would need, when they transport the desktop machine with their special power to their van, they basically would not be allowed to move it, let's say, more than 2 degrees, don't give any bumps into it. So yes, of course, I think this is a fun topic. I claim this framework would apply equally to a desktop, but the desktop has different security problems. So you would, for example, add like this accelerometer, because normally a desktop should just stick under your desk and it should not move, so we can use that to advantage. We can do things like whenever it's moving, it goes into disk suspend. So any forensic attack against your memory by unplugging the RAM, performing a cold boot attack would be ineffective, because they would need to open basically the case and not triggering the acceleration sensor. So in many mainboards there are tamper switches included. You would just expand them to basically your outer case. But also on top of that, like the nail polish security thing applies very well to your desktop, right? So you would apply a security sticker and then cover the borders of the security sticker with nail polish. I think that's the best thing you can do, and from time to time you check whether something bad has happened. And like even if an attacker with crazy solvents would try to bypass that, the problem is that it slows the attacker down. The risk of being discovered is much higher. So anything that you can throw into the hacker's path is a good thing. Is there any BTC, Bitcoin miner, malware hardware that is used your hardware to mine on your PC? I'm not aware on firmware resident, but like Bitcoin miners are a big thing. So it would use the GPU, which the malware would have access to because of the virtualization where we give access to the GPU. But the beauty is that from the outside, we can measure the activity of the CPU. We can measure the temperature. So if basically bad things happen, we can have at least a log and can, for example, identify when was this malware installed. Or, for example, a snapshot feature, we can then roll back. Or, for example, imagine you have a crypto Trojan that encrypts a hard disk. You just roll back to a previous snapshot. The crypto Trojan is gone. Your data, admittedly, of the last 2 weeks is gone as well, but at least you have the data for the last years back by just using the snapshot feature. And the point is, like, because it's snapshotting, it's not expensive, right? Every time you take a snapshot, it's just the difference in data that has been changed since the last time occupies your disk, which is pretty cool. So thanks, unless there are any more questions.
Thank you very much, Milos. Unfortunately, this is the last talk we're having today. Tomorrow at 9.